Greetings. Greetings and welcome back to Into the Nightmare. How's everyone doing tonight?
She wants the diddly.
The diddly diddly do.
The diddly.
And they go diddly, man. I mean, they go.
Sometimes it be like that, though.
Yeah, let's knock out those announcements. I don't think we have anything too special going on quite now. There is a new, what did you call it?
Event.
Would you like to give us a rundown, Murray? Or shall we wait?
Yeah, no, I'll give you a rundown. Hi, people. So up inside that little bitty where you can redeem those golden coins, there's going to be a whole new event. The one-shot that we did last week, Thursday. Hey, that was recent. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stuff. Loved it greatly. All our wonderful guests, thank you all very much for joining us for that. It was a hoot. So let's do another one. Michael Howe has volunteered to lead us all on a one-shot DM'd by himself. So, you can check out the, whatever it's called. I can't even remember. Shoot, because he only sent it to me, literally, today. Technically. But, it's going to be a hoot, it's going to be half, we're going to be going through Dwarven Caves. I know that much.
Oh, excitement.
Other news as well, the
Spelunkers.
food special has been changed. Because it's a new month. And it's our anniversary month, everyone. Yay! Happy birthday, Alberin. That's all I got.
Spider legs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Spider legs are so good.
The cost for the one-shot's another 150,000, so be here to make sure you put in that 2K every single stream. It's going to be a doozy.
Perfect. The Dwarf Caverns of Gamul.
I haven't actually hit the go button on it yet.
So it'll be there soon.
Do that.
It'll be there very soon. Look for it during this stream. Anyway, other announcements, our usual streams going on. We have Playing with Mutts tomorrow. Then we have... Ooh, perfect. Then we have... what do we have after? That's... it's Hate, Laugh, Love this week, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
So this week, because I am a very poor planner and I also moved this last weekend, we're going to do a Hate, Laugh, Love early. We're going to do it at 5 o'clock instead of 6, and we're going to be talking about Robert Pattinson. Because, hey, it's Batman weekend, guys. Let's go.
Who's Robert
So that
Pattinson?
means... Oh,
He's the Batman.
this man. He's
Edward!
he's the Batman, you know?
Edward!
That
Oh my gosh,
trickery.
it's
Batman.
Or the fairy that runs around and glitters in the sunlight. You can think of him like that, too.
Oh, the one inside the
technically.
Talking
lighthouse.
about Twilight. We will talk about Lighthouse. We will talk
Our
about
pet.
Good Times. I don't know if any of you have seen that movie. It's a good one. Anyway,
Pretty good movie.
tune in 5 p.m. Friday. Hate, Laugh, Love. Robert Pattinson episode. And yeah, it's going to be a fun time.
It's going to be
Was he in
good.
Good Burger?
I don't know. He's got a really interesting career path, actually, so
Yeah, he does.
definitely
And he's a
something that's going
musician.
to be fun to do. And to
I cannot wait.
go into. I just
Apparently,
like getting
the
into
Batman is so emo, and I can't wait for it. Just put that shit right in my veins.
Yes. Emo Batman. Yes. Now we see what gets Ethan's loins running.
Oh,
Oh, God.
running. Oh. Mm.
I
don't
like
like
the
that
last
term.
Airbender, the
Okay.
movie.
Just tell
That's
me,
what
tell
kept them
me,
going.
tell me to roll that intro.
Anyway, yeah.
Well, no. First we got to say that Saturday's Nightbane and Sunday is Tales of Andrea.
Yes.
Those are two very important things to talk
This is
about.
true.
At
This is
least
true.
mention and say that
And,
are going on. 4 o'clock on Saturday. Nightbane. 3 o'clock on Sunday. Tales of Andrea.
Yes. And it's
Yes.
our giveaway stream.
And Lily
Yeah.
will make sure to get it right this time.
Yes, Lily will make sure to get it right this time because you see, Nightbane does not happen at 3 o'clock. It happens at 4 o'clock. Right, Lily? Right? So yeah. And it is this coming stream is our anniversary stream, isn't it? So that means it's a giveaway stream.
Yep.
On Sunday.
Sunday.
Lovely 3
Sunday.
o'clock. Sunday, 3 o'clock, giveaway stream. Come by, find out what we're going to give you. What a sentence, Fawn. Yeah, what a sentence indeed. Roll the intro.
Okay, roll the
Let's
intro.
go.
Let's
Let's do this.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter we had in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
All right. So yeah, back to Into the Nightmare. Let's do a quick recap. There was not too much to really recap from last week, other than one very important thing being that Smasher seemed to be acting very strange. He was running on automatic, mumbling about things that didn't seem to really fit him as an individual, and a lot of other strange things. Yeah, that was happening. They got back to the inn after running out to go try and get some information from demons, where
We summoned demons, yo.
Valisor managed to just, squish a few quasits.
Look, these things happen.
Yeah, they were trying to, pretend to be foxes, and he was like, I don't think so, squash.
I mean,
And then the inn took itself to Orkin, because the innkeeper had an idea. Yeah, that's right. The innkeeper had an idea. So now they're in Orkin. Mixinix climbed up into the matriarch's lap while they are currently having a conversation about what's going on in Barovia. No one seemed to mind that at all. Deshane took Smasher into the audience, where the two of them are currently waiting. And Valisor decided he was going to go visit the forge. And he ended up sort of being there when someone else arrived in Ravenloft. Two of them had a kind of tense beginning interaction, and then Valisor was like, "Follow me," and they walked into the forge.
It was a very...
also being tense with somebody he just met? No, go on. No, stop.
Never happy. Never.
Yeah. So, where would we like to start? Who wants to begin us this week?
Masher.
Yeah, Smasher.
Immediately everyone's like, yeah, let's go on with
Let's
Smash
do an
right now.
hour of Smasher RP. Let's go.
Like
An
let's
hour
go.
of Smasher RP? Sweet, let's
To
go
make
in our
up for
monologue.
last week.
Alright, so I'm gonna set
Yes.
the scene. We're inside Smasher's mind, right? Ones and zeros.
All you see is ones. It's a green line of
No.
ones and zeros.
Okay, so
Indeed,
I'm gonna go have a
I never
cigarette.
cared.
You guys imagine ones and zeros for like an hour, and I'll be right back. So right now, Smasher is in. You said the audience with.
Yeah,
it
you're
seems
sitting
like
against a wall in the hall like the grand hall where they're having
Grand
their
hall, yep.
war meeting, essentially.
yeah,
So there's basically
There's-
okay.
and there are people around you who seem like they're just watching.
So in that case, in this hall, in this meeting, people are just kind of still mingling and doing their thing. There's still like things going on, right?
Yeah, I mean, nobody in the audience is actually talking amongst each other. The only talking is currently happening in the center of the room.
Okay. So I would say that and Deshane's next to me. Deshane probably starts hearing a little bit of whirring, like light whirring. Just little mechanical sounds, just very, very, like if you weren't listening for him, Deshane would probably hear him just because Deshane's, very perceptive about stuff like that. But like if you weren't
Passive
even
is 17.
just in general, I think like Deshane's paid attention. I feel like he would have paid attention. So he might hear something, but it would be very, very faint, and it's just because it just picks up a little bit for right now. It's still kind of whirring and processing. The orange that's been his iris has started to lighten, almost like it's starting to move into a purplish. And that's where he is for the time being. I have thoughts about this, but yes, that's where he'll stay for the moment.
It's like he's kind of woken up a little bit more.
Maybe.
Okay. I'm just gonna lean back and wait for him.
The center of the room, they have moved on to talking about what's currently going on with the gnomes. Gnolls. With the gnolls. When Vlad had made his trek with his packs to visit with the matriarch and then turn over rule of Barovia, he attempted to find the gnolls along the way. However, they didn't seem to be within the path or anywhere nearby to Orkin. So at the moment, there seems to be no knowledge of what's going on with the gnolls or where they've gone or what they are doing. After their attack on Orkin, they seem to have disappeared. And Mixie Nix, while you're in the matriarch's arms, she does kind of gently pat your back every now and then. Kind of like you're also a comfort to her.
It's a lovely sight. She's holding on to cute little me, and I'm holding on to a rock, very focused on the rock.
Very focused on it.
Like every time she pats, I kind of just lean my head a little bit more. Like,
Mama. But yeah, that's going to essentially be the state that room will be in. They'll be talking about the gnolls for about an hour. So, Smasher, if you want to do anything during this time, let me know.
So they're going to be like that for a little hour.
Waiting on you, big guy.
Yeah, I know. I can't explain the dilemma I'm in right now, so it's just hard.
I mean, if you'd like, we can move to Valisor while you contemplate.
Let's move to Valisor just for a second.
Okay.
Give me another. So let's see what happens for a minute.
Yeah, perfect. All right, Valisor, you walk into the forge. There is about 3 individuals currently in there. There's a massive orc who you notice his left arm up to the elbow is mechanical. Kind of similar how yours is up to somewhere along the shoulder. His is just to the elbow. Then there's 2 goblins also helping him. One of them makes weird little noises as he's working, and the other one is completely silent.
What are they doing to that poor goblin?
You're muted, by the way.
It's because I'm hitting shift instead of the right
Not
key.
used to it yet.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. I changed keys for my push to talk. So everyone else heard that. I'm going to leave that as an audience little spice. Great, perfect. So, looking at everyone in here, I assume this Scarl person is behind me.
Yes, you do feel his presence behind you.
Feel his presence. Great. I'm going to look around. Look at the big goblin. big orc, and say, I need the smithy for the night.
The orc in the middle of what he's currently working on kind of looks up at you, nods and goes, "That would be me."
Good. If possible, I would request for everyone else to be elsewhere.
He looks around the room and he goes, "I don't see anyone else."
I'm talking about the goblin.
The two goblins at this point realize that they are in fact there working, and you have walked in, and they both kind of stop, look around at each other, and he looks at them and he goes, "Oh, sorry. They're the kind that we usually forget are around because they don't pay attention. You two are dismissed for the night." And the two of them kind of waddle out.
And I waddled away, waddle, waddle. I then step forward. I have a few pieces of work that need to be done, and I could use your assistance. The first one, then reach up and actually detach and take the helmet completely off. I find myself in a situation where I need 360 sight.
The smithy kind of tweaks his head and he kind of,
I feel like we all need that.
"May I see the helmet?"
Very reluctantly, I hand it over to him.
Okay. He starts to examine this. And how much of your face, by the way, seems worked on? That much? That's hilarious.
What my hand is covering.
Okay. Is that the right or left side? I can
It's
never
my left
tell on
side.
cameras.
It's my left side.
Your
Yeah.
left side? Oh,
The
that's
camera's
perfect.
also reversed. So, yeah.
So, while he's examining that, Scarl is looking at your face, and he kind of goes, "Well, I would be in good company."
Phantom
So
of
you
the
see him-
Velosaur.
Yeah.
Right? You see him pull down his hood, and then he takes his mask off, and he hooks it to his shoulder, and you can see, kind of mirroring your face in a way, the right side of his face has been completely reworked to the point where even up to this point he has no hair. It's all mechanical, and his eye, this one specifically, seems to adjust and focus in different locations of the room separate from his organic eye.
It's strange that our paths should meet. I too am a plane shifter.
He kind of nods and he goes, Do you mind if I do something while he's looking at your helmet?"
I was actually going to ask you to.
Well, I'm not sure what you were going to ask me to do, but
I'm
he
not sure
kind
what
of
you want
lifts.
to do, but I have work to be done on this gun.
He lifts his hand and palm out. He focuses it at you, and you see those same kind of runes that you had seen him use earlier appear. This time, showing up in an almost kind of teal coloring, and they kind of spread around you and revolve in a circular manner. Different rings of it, some around your arms, some around your legs, and some around your head. And he just kind of stands like that for a moment. And then he closes his hand and they disappear, and he goes,
Did you just scan me?
"Yes, you're not human."
No. What gave me away? Was it my giant black eye with a purple iris? The script on my
I
face?
mean, the eye definitely made me think. But I've seen humans with weird eyes before, so that's not too
They're
odd.
usually not human.
Well, no, you would think that, but you then find out otherwise. The script is really what made me think you weren't human. The scan shows there's something else going on with your biology. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you're definitely a planeswalker like you just stated. That's obvious now.
Well then, how can I do that?
Oh. I mean, normally people outside of where I come from can't, but I think you might be able to because of, well, what you are, which is even weirder. You see, the kind of rune casting I'm doing was granted to the people of my universe kind of in a pact sort of way. Very powerful entities gave them the power to use the magic. It's no longer that way, but that's how it started, which means I've never seen this kind of magic. I've seen rune casting before, but I've never seen this kind of magic outside of that universe. However, you might be one of the first ever individuals I will meet that could use this kind of casting simply because of what you are.
Well, it makes sense. You were given your abilities by pact magic of some kind, and I was created by some kind of pact magic, you might say. More of an angry god, but long story short.
Yeah, I mean, angry gods. More
Yes.
annoying than anything. So anyway, what did you need with your gun? I mean, short of learning how to do the rune casting, which isn't an easy thing to do, by the way. I can get you on the track, but it'll take some time.
Do you have a manual?
Sort of. Not really. But, you're technological in a lot of ways. I'm sure I could get a manual installed somehow.
I'll, take the arm off and replace it with my actual functioning arm. Put it on one of the tables and I have yet to enchant any of the barrels with runes. I was wondering if you could assist in doing that.
Scarl chuckles and he goes, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not one for enchanting or really building things. And he puts his pistol, one of his pistols, on the table, and you can see there does seem to be runic written on it. But the thing you notice mostly is that it is very technological in make. And he goes, he puts it down in front of me. He goes, my savior is the technological one, but he's not one to go places. And I don't think he could make his way here anyway. I can, however, in that manual I could possibly install in your technology, I could leave behind the knowledge that would help you down the path to specifically utilizing this kind of magic in your ranged weaponry.
How does it work?
Well, you're not just infusing the weapon itself, but every single bullet.
What if the bullets were magic? And non-physical?
He kind of looks down at his person and then he looks up at you and he goes, I don't actually use bullets, so all of mine are exactly like what you just said. And if you could use different types of rune casting or different types of magic, I'm sure you could do the same thing I do to utilize it. So I don't think that'd be a problem.
then we're losing daylight.
Shall we get started?
I just gesture towards the table.
Yeah, what he does is he actually takes his left hand off, puts it on the table, and then says, all right, can you take your left hand off?
Oh, yes, it's not supposed to be typically. I pull out my tools and unfasten a few bits and securely fastened right now. I haven't redesigned it. How much of you is robotic?
95%.
Briarius.
Pop it off, and I'm not quite at that level.
It's not really much of a problem.
Get on my level.
He then points at his hand and he's like, all right, put that one on.
But it's not my fashion.
And it is smaller.
Take it and put it on.
Does that mean he's got the upper hand now?
Yeah.
Gotta hand that one to you.
I'll go away.
Yeah, the fastenings don't particularly seem to match at first, but as you're adjusting and trying to get it to work, you notice his hand just kind of changes to fit your attachments. And then you feel in your arm kind of a flood of it's almost exactly like what you felt when you first put on your new arm with the gun. That cool sensation. Not exactly uncomfortable, but kind of unnerving feeling.
I
And
don't
then he
understand
says,
how this works, but I love it.
he says, it's here's how I usually describe it. It's like technology and magic become one. But it's
Techno-magic.
it's not quite magic. It's more technology. But it's such that it's technology that is not properly understood. So it's magic. It's nanotechnology. It's literally nanotechnology. There's a bunch of tiny little robots in my hand that have now gone into your systems, deposited information, and are now returning to my hand. And you can feel that kind of cool sensation leaving your arm now and heading back to the hand. And he goes, if you felt this before, then you already have a nanite system inside of you somewhere.
Shit.
Where did you get it?
An unsavory being who has a fate he does not understand.
That is a broad description of a great many individuals.
Welcome to Ravenloft.
Welcome to the world.
Well then. Indeed. The
Social
cool
commentary.
sensation, right? The cool sensation ends, and he says, all right, the hand's ready to come off again.
Pop it off.
He gave you a hand job.
He gave me a hand job. I pop it off and I hand it back to him, take my hand and start fastening it again.
It's almost like your arm makes it easier for you to put your hand back on. And you just see him kind of just put his hand connected to it, and then the whole thing just adjusts itself. And he goes, it's an easier way of trading information than, trying to talk about it or
Or we just use
spending
telepathy.
hours. I mean, telepathy's more
Telepathy.
arcane way of doing it.
I mean, yeah, this is
But
far
Just
more
have an
handy.
idea.
Far more handy.
Yes.
What was the name of the individual? Because I don't know very many powerful entities like what you just described that can do nanite technology.
Cephas.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
He's been around.
And he's here in Ravenloft now?
I'm not entirely sure where he is, actually. I've only seen him by going through portals or a magic doorway.
Oh,
There are
typical.
beings of his here, however.
Oh?
Yes.
Oh. How many?
At least 3 that I know of. One of them's missing, presumed dead. However, I never presume something's dead until I've seen it myself.
Yeah, it's wise. Especially since most of the time when you think something's dead, it's not.
I'd rather than be dead.
Out of curiosity, is one of them also known as the crew?
Yes. Flesh golem.
Yes.
Impure.
I wouldn't say that, but sure.
He is containing the soul of another being that does not belong to him. This makes him impure.
I mean, I've been to universes where quite literally no one had a soul that properly belonged to them, and they were
Then I
all
have a
themselves
very busy
individuals. You have an impossible job if your job is to... Let's just put it this way. Purging never ends.
Do you know how to kill a god?
I've... Okay. I've killed entities that call themselves gods, but I don't truly believe I've ever faced a god.
I suddenly find the need to kill one.
Please don't tell me their name is Cephas.
No,
Good.
he has a different fate, and I do not proceed with it.
Well, I haven't seen... See, the thing is, time is difficult, and there have been many times I've met Cephas where it's difficult to say whether or not he's a good guy. You can tell by the way that Scarl seems very conflicted.
I mean, at best, he's like a neutral guy most of the time, but
Right now, he's having a hard time trying to decide how he's going to word what he's trying to say. All right, let me put it this way. The first time I met Cephas, he knew me, and I didn't know why. It made no sense as to why he knew me. He knew too much about me, to the point where I was sure he was spying on me or something like that. The second time I met Cephas, he'd never even heard of me.
Do you shift through time?
I mean, to a degree, yes. However, for me, time in my plane continues to go on at the same rate in which it is wherever I go. As far as I can tell. I've never been to a plane where time moves differently, essentially. Because I just walk through the rifts that are created. I don't create new rifts. I mean, that's not exactly a truth either. I do create a new rift to go home if I need to. But it's not really new.
Then you do not shift through time. You shift through the planes that have a matter of different timing.
Yes. So time might be in a different point in a different plane, but it's still at the same rate. So
no, you do not shift through time.
No. Which has led me to believe that Cephas does.
Then I have a problem.
Oh, and what's that?
Thank you for your time, Scarl.
You are quite welcome.
And I start working on my arm.
Scar kind of watches you for a moment, then kind of shrugs and leaves. You do, however, as he is leaving, the orc turns and puts the helmet down, and he goes, I don't know the technology involved in this, much less the arcane aspects to it.
That is a pity. Then I will need the smithy for myself.
You're welcome to it. I'm going to take the night. And he turns and leaves. The smithy is rather large. It looks like it can be used by close to 13 individuals at a time. So there's quite a lot of forges. There's a lot of material. There's tools everywhere.
Hot.
Mm-hmm. It is very hot in there.
I'm just going to have a quickie by myself. I'm going to start working on my helmet and try to give it 360 vision.
Yeah.
Leave the gunsy for now.
Okay.
That can wait. Not a priority.
All right. We're gonna slide over to the other group while you're working on your armor. I'm gonna shoot you a message.
Do it to it.
Other group, are you ready?
How many people are in the room near me?
Directly
Is it
around
like
you?
a lot? Like, is it like we're in a grand hall? Like, are we like surrounded by like a lot of people who are attending this meeting, or are there like a few people in the room?
There's roughly 13-ish people around the table, but in the room in general, there's close to 100.
Okay, and we're just out. Okay. Then, as the whirring starts to increase, the dials on the eyes are going to start swirling. And then, even if Deshane rolled a nat one, he'd probably hear reboot sequence initiated. And at that point, Smasher would stand, get into full salute. Make sure I have this set up.
Soldier 393, designated Smasher.
Reported for duty.
The
Hey,
whole goes
Deshane.
quiet.
How are you feeling?
Morning. Good? I feel good, Deshane. Where are we?
Back in Orkin. Run a diagnostics.
Run a diet. I feel fine though.
Just see what it says.
Smasher kind of just pats down his body. You know, nothing to really like do.
DM, do I know how to do this? You just put it
Wrong
to yourself.
direction. Not directly, because running a diagnostics would have been like a program-related thing.
At this
Smasher.
And I roll a history.
Let me put it this way. At this point, there's not a whole lot to diagnose. And
Yeah.
Smasher doesn't really I would rather you roll insight on me than anything.
I will.
Actually, you should roll an insight on him. I was gonna say that's a good point.
My insight. Where are you?
I'm not being deceptive at all right now, so whatever
16.
you get is what you get. 16. I would say you probably think Smasher's definitely acting weird. Whereas he was very robotic a moment ago, he seems probably more fluid than ever. And you could see in the expression on his eyes, which is a weird thing to say about a robot, that he's genuinely confused about the idea of running a diagnostic on himself right now. It would be like if I asked you to run a it would be the same confusion that if I asked you right now, Ethan, to run a diagnostic on yourself. That is the confusion that you'd be getting off of Smasher at the moment.
Oh. Well, if you feel all right,
All fingers and toes.
you should probably find Mixie.
Isn't Mixie in the room?
Yeah, she's on the matriarch's lap, which they've gone back to talking now that they see you two are conversing with each other.
I'm still standing, probably, by the way,
Yeah.
out in the... So,
Amongst,
Mixie,
the
is
others.
Mixie, are you sleeping or are you just inconsolable?
I am currently trying to make a shimmer rock.
Yeah, she is focusing heavily on this. Was it fist-sized, this one?
Yeah.
Fist-sized rock.
I'm gonna lean back in my
Actually,
seat.
you can see magic kind of flowing from her into the rock smasher.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna
Alright.
say I probably would have just activated a quick magical awareness because I know Mixie's magic
In
signature
that
at this
case,
point.
you can really see magic flowing from her into it. You can also you recognize a similar kind of magic that flows around Cephas now flows around the matriarch. She seems a lot more powerful than she was the last time you saw her. And to that same degree, Vlad, who you now see is also in this room, you can see his magic. It is almost pure, his magic. And because of that, you can tell he doesn't have any of the first one's influence anymore on him.
Okay. Okay, I'll kind of note that as I walk past, but Smasher, probably more fluid than you've ever seen him, walks, once he spots Mixie, walks around everybody, excuse me, pardon me, walking through people and walks on, over, around the table, trying not to interrupt, but, with his body as passive as possible. If people aren't paying attention, they're not going to really notice him anyway.
It's weird too.
It's weird. He's so big. And I will end up. Is still Matriarch still kind of baby Bjorning Mixie, right?
Yes.
Kind of still coddling.
Yeah.
Mixie, are you awake?
High or low?
Higher than the sky.
I got 100. Not even shitting you. 100.
Nice.
Mixie completely startled, freaks out. She was not prepared for that
As soon as
at
she
all.
jumps, I jump, and just
Throws the rock, tries to grab it before it hits somebody in the head.
Can I do a dex save real fast to kind of catch it over her head so she doesn't drop it?
Yeah, go for it.
17.
17. Ooh.
Catch the rock.
You're good, but there is someone who is ever so slightly faster than you. So while you would have caught it, you see Vlad's hand just goes whoosh, and the matriarch kind of puts her hand on your shoulders, Mixie Nix, and goes, "It's all right. It's all right."
Smasher's gonna look over at Vlad and go,
I had it, Vlad.
and then just kind of he's gonna hold his hand out and just kind of like underneath Vlad's hand so that he can drop it.
And Vlad lets go and it lands in yours.
Thank you, though.
And then go and hand it back to Mixie, just write it down, just kind of serving it to her.
I'm gonna make a beer
Mixie
run.
pokes you in the face.
Ting. Smasher rubs his face for a second, like it actually hurt, and just
What's wrong, Nixie?
Is the rock done?
Yeah, it's actually glowing with that kind of peaceful same energy that you. That startle, by the way, shoved more magic into it, so it finished it right at the end. Yeah.
I need to go down. This is for you.
For me?
No, no, she's talking to the matriarch. She's like, I need to go
matriarch.
down. This is for you.
She kind of with one hand picks you up, with the other she takes the rock and she puts you on the ground. Mixie, very gentle, very gentle.
Emerald. It'll make you
You-
feel good.
You see her kind of. It's small enough that her whole hand wraps it in it, and she holds it close to herself. Thank you.
I'll be back. Are you okay? What happened? What happened? She's just like starts walking like towards you and like
So I would
rapid fire questions.
So as soon as you're put on the ground, Smasher would have bent down to kind of like to your level and waited for you to do whatever your thing, because I was told to come over and see you. So I would have just bent down. So I'd be at eye level, well, as close to eye level as I could possibly be sitting down.
Yeah, just like walks at you, grabs the side of your head. How are you? What do you remember?
Mixie, calm down.
Struggling to
I'm
not
fine.
cry again.
No, Mixie, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. We went to sleep after we were at an inn. And then we went to sleep in that room, and now we're here, right?
You don't remember like all of yesterday, today, time?
Today.
How long? So have I been out for the day? I'm sorry if you had to carry me.
No. You kind of were running on like bare minimum processes.
You guys are heading out via the hole, right?
Yeah, like wave it to Shane.
Yeah, if she's pulling me somewhere, I'm just following wherever she's
Yeah.
like.
I kind of
leading me
figured
on.
that. And Deshane's walking away for a moment.
Okay, I can still hear you. It's just my girlfriend just came home. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, there you see Mixie Nix and Smasher heading out, and you see Mixie Nix kind of wave at you.
Yeah, I follow. I put my hat back on, throw the cigarette in my mouth, and before I stand up, I light the match on the bottom of my boot, stand up and follow him. And I will once again BRB very quickly this time.
Perfect.
So yeah, Smasher just explains that like we were there and now we're here, and you can roll insight if you'd like.
I am. That's a 19 on the die for a total of 24.
Can you roll lower? All right. No, we're
It's
good.
Mama Mixie.
No, you're fair. Yeah. There is. That was a partial truth. Though. I don't want to give it to him. No. He remembers something over the period of time between him going to sleep and waking up. There is something there. But even without an explanation, I don't know that you would be able to. Without a full explanation, I don't know that you'd be able to even determine what that would be. But he's definitely being a little less than honest.
Do you remember connecting, docking, whatever with a Valisaur?
Something in my memory banks tells me that docking is inappropriate unless like you're in a committed. I don't know that that's something that we're supposed to be doing. I feel like that's something I'm supposed to find somebody special, and I think Balasor has a wife, so I'm not sure that that's something that we should be. That seems kind. I mean, like, not that I don't love you, Mixie. It just seems a little personal for you to ask.
It completely goes over Mixie's head. Huh? No. He connected
When you,
with wires and to the
oh,
jack.
did he connected? No, I don't. No, I don't remember that at all.
You remember?
With your 24, by the way, he doesn't.
Do you remember seeing people get killed by demons? I think he said they were demons.
Flash from blue to red to blue. On eyes. No response for a moment.
I'm smart enough to know what that means. We're smart enough to think I know what that means.
Oof.
Demons?
I guess it could be like the actual like demons, or it could have been like a blanket term for very, very bad people doing very, very bad things. I know I've definitely heard people call people who've done bad things demons, but they were these people.
My bad.
If a
my girlfriend found out that we have to spend extra money on her apartment because we put the keys in there. They didn't have a master key. Anyway, it's a whole situation. So I'm back.
Idiots.
Anyway, yes. Anyway, I'm back. What did I miss?
We're still getting through it.
Okay, keep going then. Keep going. I'm 1,000 miles away.
If,
Let's just say that.
If a robot could grimace, man, for a second, like, you got really good insight. Like, that's probably the last thing I'll give you is like, if a robot could grimace for a second, that's probably what you'd see come over Smasher's face.
Not exactly. In fact, I guess. I mean, I'm sure it was real. Who? You said Balasor saw demons? How did he? So he connected to me and saw demons killing. What did he see?
I think he realized I was not in a place to have a lot of graphic detail told to me about what was happening. But Cephas's childhood, his parents killed by demons? Demons being a blanket term at this point, I think.
It wasn't demons. It was the church.
Some
Church killed
churches
his
are
family.
evil.
I'm gonna have to have a discussion with Balasor and consent. Those were private thoughts. I'm just callous right now. Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw.
What about
Cephas.
children dying?
Yeah. Children.
What was going on with
Adults.
children dying?
Everybody died. How Cephas faded out, I can't even begin to imagine. They killed everyone for no reason.
Later on, you said
they
something
felt like it.
about children dying.
At that point, Smasher kind of tilts his head and blinks a couple times, completely oblivious to what you're talking about.
This was when I was in my default mode, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
Well,
You just would say random things like that.
if I had to guess, look, Mixie, I love you, and I trust you. I'm gonna tell you this, hoping that I can trust you with it. Something I'm very aware of, and have been since I shut off. I'm very intimately connected with Cephas now. Think of it like a hard line, a direct connection. So, if I were to guess, the things that were coming through were probably bleed through from him that I was processing in some sort of way. That would be my guess.
You'll need to cast Mending on your hand, and she just taps your left hand, because earlier today she had gripped your hand super tight with her claws and definitely did some damage to your hand.
You know what, Mixie? That's actually kind of impressive. I'll be perfectly honest. You know how much it takes to damage me.
You should talk with Deshane.
I mean, I'll try, but you know how Shane is. I'm gonna say a lot of words. He's gonna give me a one-word answer. Then I'm gonna try to get him to explain. He's gonna use 3 words to explain it back to me, and then I'm gonna. So like, I mean, okay, no, you're right. I'll do it, Mixie. I'll go talk to Shane. I'll talk to Shane.
Cool, and she zips off. Full shift into like the smoothest transition anybody's ever seen of any kind of werewolf, just and gone.
Were you?
I'm like 10 feet behind you. I'm like 10
Yeah.
feet behind you guys.
So as soon
And
as
also-
she's good, go ahead.
You do notice that when she shifts, it's like Pip seems to disappear, and her fur is just the purest pink, like her hair,
But a little shiny,
but a
Little
little
shiny.
shiny.
which doesn't make sense.
Yours is a little hard.
So hard. Then so Smasher's just gonna stop in his place and watch Mixie run off and just kind of stand there in place and wait for Deshane to catch up for a second. As soon as Deshane steps up beside me, being the stoic person that he is, I assume he's not going to immediately step next to me and say something. So
I step next to you and I immediately say, well, she looks better.
Do
Better
an
or worse,
insight
that
roll. I'll give you an insight roll on what was Mixie feeling when she ran off.
That's an 11.
She was pissed.
So
in a
when-
completely
My sentence remains the same.
Utterly.
From my end,
I mean, she looked great.
I rolled a 3. I rolled a 3.
Yeah, you didn't notice there was a mood change or anything. No.
I mean, she looked great. It was a little weird though. I won't lie. She's acting strange. What's going on?
I think she's been through a lot. Especially
Yeah.
the last week.
We've all been through a lot. That's fair. maybe we should do something to cheer her up.
What do you have in mind?
I thought you would have something. You're the smart one. Well, maybe we can. I mean, Allosaur seems to like kind of have a thing for Mixie. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we could ask him.
Sure.
But Mixie said I should talk to you.
About what?
That's what I said.
What were you two talking about?
She asked me about what happened over the last day or so, while I was apparently down for the count. And I had just explained that I had a really weird dream that I guess you guys had heard about. That was more like a vision from Balasor. You know, we had to teach Callus about consent, but like really we need to have this conversation with Balasor. Like those were my thoughts, you know, and he didn't. Anywho, so we told I told her about that, and then she asked me some questions about some things I said, and I don't remember saying anything. I just like for the last 24 hours I was pretty much just in that one dream over and over again. So I don't know what happened, and then she ran off, and now I'm talking to you. And then I don't know what happened. Because it's now.
You have any questions?
Nope.
Which direction are you guys heading, by the way?
Or I imagine we're just standing blocking the hallway at the moment, just having this conversation.
Oh, just like right outside the building?
Well, yeah, because we walked outside and we were walking along, and then Mixie just kind of walked off, and I just kind of stood there talking to Shane for a minute. I don't know I don't know if we have to go anywhere. I'm sure we'll walk there. Like I'm probably following Deshane's lead. I have a tendency to follow somebody else's lead, so if Deshane's going anywhere, I'm walking with him.
I don't think you guys were going in any particular direction, so...
I was following you guys. So what's the plan?
You're normally the one with the plan, Deshane. We normally rely on you for that. You told me to talk to Mixie. I talked to Mixie. Then Mixie tells me to talk to you, and now we're here. This is where I'm at, Deshane. This is literally where I'm at. You've been awake for the last 24 hours. I've not. I don't. You tell me, please. I'll do whatever. I don't know.
Should we figure out your problem first, Mixie's problem first, or Valasor's problem first?
Well, I mean, I want to get Callus back, but that's just going to take time. So...
On the subject of Callus, you are aware that... Wait, quickly, DM. Was he passed out when we found out the stuff about Callus? He was conscious?
Literally right there.
Yeah,
I actually even commented
sure he was
on
just
it.
right there. Yeah.
I'm gonna say... There's no getting Callus back.
Right. That's purely a time thing. I understand that now. At some point, in whatever future, we might be able to have Callus back. I might be able to have Callus back. But right now, apparently I have nothing but time. So, in that case, my problems aren't so urgent. As always, Deshane, I'm here to help you.
Okay. We're going back to Daggerfin. Mixie has to contact her, god before we continue. Because if we go in the path that Valasor is headed down, we'll need help from a god. So,
That makes sense to get a god before we need the god. For some reason, Mixie runs away from me. Maybe you should go get Mixie, and I can see what Valsor's doing.
sure. I have no idea where he is. So, good luck, I say. And I
No,
clap
he
on
did.
his
He
shoulder.
did say he was
And
going
I
to the
turn
smithy.
Yeah,
The only reason Mixie hasn't lost it is as he walked out the door, "I'm going to the smithy," was his words. Otherwise, there would have been more words.
Make a history roll, Deshane.
Christ. Of course,
I
I
think it
roll
was
high
words.
for this.
More of a question of, does
And
Deshane
21.
remember that? I think he does.
Yeah.
With that.
Suddenly hits you. Oh yeah, he said he was leaving for the smithy when he left.
He's at the smithy. I just remembered.
Oh, where I got my armor made. I know where that one is. I spent some time there. All right, well, you kids that want me to talk to each other, have fun, I guess. I don't know. I don't know, Deshane. We'll see you. I'm gonna.
And I just turn around and walk away. I felt awkward. I don't know. The whole thing was weird. He walks away.
Oh. I will walk in the direction that Mixie went in no big hurry.
Right.
So we know what happened.
Yeah.
Nixie bolts off, goes to the edge of Orkin, doubles back to the Grand Hall, and bursts into the Grand Hall from the back. Struggling to shift back to form words. But continue on otherwhere.
Okay, because that'll take a moment to run to the edge and then run back. And then Smasher, you're going to be walking towards the forge. Velosaur, you went
I
through
might
your...
say that Mixie's on the edge, and she's about to break.
Living on the edge.
Because one step closer to the edge. And I'm about to break.
Yeah.
Anyway, Velosaur.
Anyway, so
Yeah. So, you're currently fiddling through something with your helmet, kind of just standing there, helmet on, your hands maybe moving a little bit to the whatever you're doing there.
Oh, he's
when
fiddling something.
Smasher, you walk in on him and you see him
but still counts.
kind of just standing there.
you are muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Is he using the multi-tool?
Currently, no.
Do you have the multi-tool?
No.
You
That's
put it back?
in your
Okay.
bag.
Okay, I was just wondering. Because I know you were, I think I'd given it to you to use at some point. I didn't know if
Yeah.
you'd
Put it back in your bag.
So, Smasher, I guess we'll just kind of walk in. So, what's your perception? What's your passive, Valsar?
That's a great question. I'm actually currently wearing my helmet,
Yeah, it's
which
it is both good and bad at the moment. You do have a pretty good view of the whole thing, but it's a little confusing.
I'm not trying to
with
be
the,
like stealthy necessarily, but
no.
I'm
My helmet is programmed to check
no.
the surroundings at all times and lets me know if anything changes. So my
Right.
passive perception is laissez-faire for whenever my helmet's off. But as the helmet is on,
and plus he's doing something with his helmet at the moment. So yeah, go ahead and roll that.
I should probably actually be rolling just one die, since I'm doing something
Yeah.
with it.
You are normally at advantage, but what you're doing gives you disadvantage, which means you are at a straight roll.
Just a
right now.
straight roll. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's worse than my passive.
And he's not.
Well, the
sneaky,
thing is
so
I'm
it's really
not being
hard.
super deceptive.
Yeah.
I just want to walk up over your shoulder and stand like right over your shoulder and watch you work from behind for a minute before I'm like,
just so you know, Smasher,
What you
when
doing?
you walk up to him, he is literally just standing there. His hands may be twitching every now and then, but he himself is not actually moving.
He is 10.
So yeah, so I walk up behind. I'll kind of walk up behind him, trying.
Your helmet does tell you there is someone else in the room, but that's about it.
Okay.
I stand over his shoulder for just a moment before I'm like,
What you doing, Balsaur?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh. Look at that. You're back and running.
Well, I mean, I'm standing here right now, so I'm not really running. But yes, no, I'm back up and around.
Fair point. Take a kneel. I have to show you something.
kneels down.
I walk behind him. How was your stasis?
I mean, I guess as you know, I had a bad dream. That reoccurred for a long period of time, but beyond that, I feel great. I mean, I feel fine,
Wasn't
you
a
know?
dream. Smash.
Well, I know it wasn't really a dream. It felt like a dream. It didn't really happen to me, though, so it wasn't exactly like it was reality. It was almost like recorded history, but it's more like a memory, and it's not like robotic memory in which it's like a video or an audio. So the closest thing I can really represent for at least a human would be a dream.
So then this wasn't reality either. And I plug the thing back in and show him the last 48 hours. Or 24 hours.
You're up to speed now, Smasher.
I unplug that. Cut that out. Hey!
Focusing
whoa,
mainly
whoa.
on the emotions of Mixie during the entire time frame. What happened to her. What she went
Well, I
through,
imagine it
the
happens
whole
like
process.
instantaneously.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I imagine that the transfer process happens instantaneously.
Yeah, this is
Smasher, like,
one day rather than a lifetime, so this is literally within a second, within a split second.
immediately you pull it out, and
Okay, so we need to talk about consent. All right, we've had this conversation within the party, and now that you're part of the party, we need to have a conversation about consent. I get that the other party members probably let you in to check on me because I wasn't in the right space. For that, I can forgive. But you just go plugging things in. How do you feel if I just went and started plugging things into you, Randall? You probably wouldn't feel good about it, especially depending on where I plug them into you, if you know what I'm saying. So, I appreciate it. Ask.
No. And I begin working on my arm. Is there anything in particular you need?
Like you to stop being such an edgelord, but beyond that, we're good. I just came to fetch you because Deshane is getting Mixie for us to grab a god. Is what he said.
That is a
Something
terrible
along those
plan.
lines.
We don't need any gods.
You don't need any gods, but we need gods. And if you'd like to travel with us, then we're going to go and do that. And you're welcome to
No.
join us.
I know what
But-
he wants a god for. He wants a god so we can find a way into hell. We don't need a god for that. All we need is a teleportation circle.
And that's a great plan. But we're going to do this together once we go find Mixie and Deshane. So I don't need anything right now. I'm just here to find you. If you're still working, I know where you're at. You let me know when you're done.
I'm here.
I'm assuming you
Alright.
just go back to work, right?
I've been working the whole time, yeah.
Yeah, you're not paying attention, right? So,
Not really.
Smasher's
Not that much.
just kind of watching that. It's like, And slowly kind of backs up, like, you stay there. You stay there.
Just keep working.
And
Don't
then
move
just, like,
anywhere.
gets out the door and then closes it, kind of peeks in for a second, make sure he hasn't moved, and then closes it again and goes to find Shane.
As soon
All right,
as he
Smasher, make a perception roll.
closes
Go
the
ahead.
door, and there's just a brief moment where Valisor looks up, looks at the door and just mutters to himself, I am so sorry for what I have to do. And he
Perception
continues
18.
working.
Okay. As you are turning around, you notice a little blur.
Can I try to see where it went or what it might have been, or is that all I get with 18?
It seemed to be in one of the alleyways, or went towards, or seemed in the direction of one of the alleyways nearby. Kind
How
of. It's about 30 feet from where you are currently standing, but it's kind of the opposite direction of the Grand Hall.
Smasher's inner monologue is like, you know, I can't tell you how many times they've told me not to split the party. But admittedly, they're not here. So, like, the party's already split. I should go find them. I really want to know what that was, though. I mean, if it's not looking for me, it can't see me. It's fine. And then starts going off towards wherever that was, and started to at 45 speed starts jogging off to wherever that is, and to chase it down.
All right.
I'm not taking dashes, just at 45.
Just a nice leisurely. Perfect. Duchesne, while you are heading towards the direction of which Mixinix had gone, make for me a perception roll.
Yeah, yuck. 18.
18. Oh, okay, yeah. While you're walking, you kind of just, you feel a breeze. Just, it's not really a breeze of wind or air or anything. More like something swiftly went by you.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right in my tracks, and my right hand is already on my gun, and just clicked back. And I am going to roll another perception. I'm not turning my head or anything. I am just sensing.
I'd like to sense motive.
Sense motive. That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. All right, that's a little bit better. There is, in the far corner of your eye, down an alleyway, you can see what looks kind of like a blur heading that direction.
Okay. Who's around me? Quickly. Is anyone around me?
There's surprisingly nobody currently around you. It's in fact, you don't even hear any birds.
We just got those back, though.
Hey. I pull both guns and run in that direction.
All right. Mixinix, when you get to the edge of Orkin, make for me a perception roll.
That's about what I would expect from Mixie right now. That's a 9. She rolled a 4.
All right. Yeah, you don't notice anything, and you continue on your way and get back to the Grand Hall, like you had planned. Valisor, as Mixinix is running into the Grand Hall, I need you to make a quick perception roll for me as well.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Good gravy, my Davy. Yeah, it's gonna be a 22.
22. You don't hear, you don't really see, and your helmet doesn't warn you, but you feel innately something nearby. It doesn't quite strike you as demonic, so at first you didn't really think too hard on it, but it's there enough that after a while of feeling it, you are now noticing it, and it's there. You feel something is nearby, and it does not feel. It feels threatening, is what it feels.
I am going to start ritual casting the alarm spell inside the smithy.
All right. Mixing eggs. You get back to the Grand Hall area.
How far is the Grand Hall from me?
From you, it's about 90. It's about 30 minutes away if you walk slowly.
No, I mean distance-wise.
Well, the average human walks a mile in 15 minutes at an average pace, so it would be 2 miles away if it's
Good
30
grief,
Yeah,
that's
that's 2
far.
miles away. Yeah.
Well,
Orchid
then-
is a large city.
Before I start
very
doing that cast thingy, off chance that Smasher is close enough to me, I'll point the direction of the door and try to cast message and tell him.
All right. What are you saying?
Something's not right.
How
Gather
far
the
does
others.
message go?
120 feet, so I don't think so.
I
but-
move at 45.
Yeah.
I
So-
mean, depending on how long it's been,
And
like,
it-
you would have had
yeah.
to catch me just as soon as I left the door.
Really depends on the timing.
Yeah, timing. All right. But you do say that.
Oh yeah.
Message goes through. At least as far as you can tell.
Message
But you
just
don't
to
get
the
a
person.
response.
It's only okay, yeah. If I don't get a response, it probably didn't work. Oh well.
Yeah, but Mixinix, when you get into the Grand Hall, it's much quieter now. Most of the watchers have just gone at this point, are off to bed at this point. Vlad is still at the table conversing with the matriarch, and you can see Muzz Firefist has now entered and is currently sitting around the table as well. And they're the only three currently in the room.
Just
How
a
do
quick
they
note.
respond to a tiny pink wolf bursting into the room behind them?
The matriarch does not even turn around. Muzz does kind of jump out of her chair. Vlad gives you a very long look up and down as you arrive, but otherwise doesn't respond. Muzz is the only one that gives a startled response. She jumps up and kind of looks at her mom, looks at Vlad, looks over at you, sees that you're actually mixing nicks, and goes, and then sits back down.
Mixie's gonna try shifting back and will very obviously struggle in doing so.
Shifting back into the gnome.
Oh, because every time she has a thought that makes her angry, she's shifting right back to where she was, and so it's... If clerics could rage...
If clerics could rage, this is
That
what
would like to rage.
Quick question, have we had the equivalency of a short rest?
Yeah, you've essentially had the equivalency of a short rest at this point. They have stopped their conversation, and Vlad has turned to you. The matriarch kind of just glances over at you.
One time she probably has the capability to say anything. I want him fucking dead.
Who?
She definitely doesn't have the mouth to even try saying Cephas.
That's
Realizes she can't communicate, and she's really, really trying hard at this point. Like, it's... I think this is the first time we see her purely in half form.
Mm-hmm.
She is anthropomorphic wolf at this point.
Yeah, you see Vlad kind of shift his chair back, stand up a little bit as he changes forms, and then you hear in your head, or not really hear in your head, but rather more visually feel a kind of wolf-like language spoke, where he communicates a need for you to calm and relax. Breathe.
I think like the first response will be like, in visual feeling, I'm trying. What do you think I'm trying to do?
Ooze fraba.
Which kind of annoyingly leads to a little bit of amusement from him. But you do hear him start kind of rumbling, which does kind of, it's like a cat's purring, but it's a wolf rumbling, and you can kind of feel it building your chest as well.
She doesn't fight it. She knows what she needs to do. She doesn't know how to do it at this point.
Yeah.
I think we're as calm as I'm ever gonna be until he's dead.
Who? You hear the matriarch say again.
I met Cephas yesterday.
There's a nod from her.
He wants to make a treaty? Is that it? Is that it? I don't do politics. I don't.
He wants to friendly deal with us?
Yes.
And is he who you want dead?
Yes.
I see conflicting information here.
I know. But he's... Because he did say things out loud in front of her as a wolf. She did hear some things. He's hard-lined into Smasher.
There's a kind of brief pause as the matriarch kind of processes this, and that kind of rumbling that Vlad's giving starts to take on a slightly different tone.
Smasher really, really wants to make it work with his dad. I really, really want him dead. Help me. I can't hurt Smasher, but this creature thing, he cannot live. No. The
matriarch
Not
kind of
live, no.
The worst part about it is I'm
Flip
pretty
it.
sure is he has consent because I taught Smasher consent.
the matriarch kind of nods and goes, from what we know of Cephas, there is little to expect of good.
Oh, I know. I was in the room with him. People can change.
The matriarch kind of nods and goes, and looks over at Vlad,
I'm trying here. I'm really trying.
and then nods and goes, no, you are right. People can change. We should give him a chance, but we will walk in expecting nothing more than betrayal. And we will keep our eye very cleanly skinned on him. The question is, how are we going to contact him?
Smasher!
Ah, that would work. You're right, since he is hardlined in.
I mean,
Uh.
yeah.
In which she's probably going to be mad at me that I told you this, but I think telling you that was better than me going off and trying to kill his dad.
You're right. Telling us this was wise. And everyone currently in this room, very much easy to trust.
I know. That's why I'm here like this.
The Vlad kind of rumbles again. This time, it seems a little more questioning, and you get the feeling he is asking how.
Well, I thought about it really, really, really hard. And then I went to sleep. And I had a dream where me and Pip were wolves. And then I woke up and I was a wolf. And Pip was not there. Well, he was there, but wasn't a wolf.
There's kind of confusion for a bit, and then Vlad says in Gnomish, actually.
Ooh, I know. Oh, wrong campaign. Sorry.
Where were you born?
I don't know.
His eyes kind of narrow, and his snout gets closer, and you hear him go.
Consent, dude. Jeez.
And he leans back.
I remember 28 years. But I wasn't growing when I started remembering things. They thought I was a kid at first. Then they realized I was just a gnome. Which made them feel a lot better about the fact that I could count to 10.
Vlad kind of shifts back into his human-like form. And the armor that he had been wearing, you see, kind of shifts back down to fitting him as a human now. When he had changed into the wolf form, it had adjusted to fitting his wolf form. And he says, "Where I come from, there are many rumors that werekind are from a plane of existence parallel to the material plane. Many names have been associated with it, but truthfully, I never truly followed down that line of thinking. I had one job. I did it. That was all I needed to know."
The unattractive. Deeply. It's horrific, actually.
Reminds me of freaking...
Reminds me of a geish.
Yes! Dang it, Murray. My whole line of thought just completely derailed by a frowny face and
Sasha, you're
mustache.
muted.
You're still
muted.
I need a screenshot of the. Sorry, my other computer was trying to reboot on me. I need a screenshot of that moment because what I would like to do is put together two photos. One is going to be that, right? And I would like to merge that with the underside of like a manta ray or a stingray.
I'm so down for this. I am so down
that's
for
gonna be
this.
hilarious.
I think it's
good.
also the first time people have ever actually seen the top half of my lips for
Yep.
years.
It's going to be a stingray. You know?
Stingray.
Stingray.
Lasting your
Stingray. With that, folks, we're going to wrap up the episode because it's not getting any better than that.
It's not getting any better than this.
This is, I mean,
So
yeah,
until
no,
next
like-
week... No, I'm just kidding.
We peaked. Damn it. It's over. Go home.
Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, Vlad was talking.
know.
He was talking about things. Smells like strawberries. Cheers.
And Teen Spirit.
Stay on target.
As he's
Stay on
talking,
target.
you can tell he's having difficulty remembering this point in his life. It was so long ago. But he does say, the one thing I remember being connected to, where they would say we were from, was Fairylands or Fey Wilds or something like that. It's not something I've ever thought of for a long time.
Are you trying to tell me I was born a werewolf and I didn't just turn myself into a werewolf?
There is no logical explanation for you to be able to turn into a werewolf without first having it in your system already.
But the power of belief.
In some planes of existence, the power of
The
belief is all you
power
need.
of love.
Is all you need for anything.
Really
However,
friendship.
I could believe I have wings all I want in this plane of existence, and I will not have wings.
That's an idea I haven't tried to have before.
The
Familiar.
The matriarch kind of nods and goes, from what I've understood of the Feywilds and anything fairy related, the power of belief and the knowledge of one's true nature and name tend to hold power beyond anywhere else.
Okay, that... Why wouldn't I remember?
Muzz, at this point, kind of lights a little fire on her fingertip and starts blowing little spurts of tiny flames that make no noise whatsoever and tend to change colors every now and then. And when you say, why wouldn't I remember, she stops and goes, something traumatic happened?
I've been through trauma. I wish I could forget it. I think Mixie's finally made it back to gnome.
To being calm and fully gnome. Well, I can tell you one thing. The fur you have is Pip, your creature that's connected to you.
That kinda makes sense. I was kinda wondering why my coat was so pretty. It really shouldn't be.
The matriarch.
While we're on this topic, we might as well do this. Mixie's emotionally fried. She takes her overcoat off, something she's never done in front of anybody, and she lifts the back of her shirt up. And she shows the matriarch and Vlad and Muzz her back.
Surprisingly, all three of them kind of give a little bit of a stunned silence for a moment. And then you kind of hear Vlad say,
Damn it, Vaughn, I don't have stunned silence as a sound cue.
sorry.
Ah.
You hear Vlad say, that does not look like a natural scar.
No, I wouldn't imagine any of it's natural, except for maybe the burns, because fire's natural, but They weren't put there naturally.
Were you, tortured?
Is it still torture if you're technically volunteering for it?
If you are unwillingly volunteering for it, you are still being tortured.
Yeah? Then, yes. I usually
The
just called
matriarch.
it voluntary pain. Numb therapy. Pain. Really numb to pain. Really numb to pain now.
The matriarch seems to get quieter and colder, and her eyes just kind of darken. And Muzz goes, "This other scar, right here," and you feel her touch a spot on your back that seems a little too soft. Feels like scar tissue, but far too soft to be
And a
natural.
little tingly, I suspect.
Yeah,
Yep.
and a little tingly. And she goes, "It's almost like they tried to cut." Why did I give her an accent? It's almost like they tried to cut, stopped, and then continued after this.
Honestly, I don't remember much of what they did after a certain point. There were the little fire stick rods, there was some whips, there was a lot.
The matriarch reaches over and kind of pats you to put your shirt back down and makes you put your overcoat back on. And then you hear her ask, "Are they still standing?"
Are they standing?
No, they're not.
Still standing better than I ever did.
Good.
Looking like a true
And her cold demeanor starts to calm and warm again.
Not all of them, because it was on orders. But I think we all understand my little we can call it a vendetta against
Picking up the pieces
the followers of Lovitar.
And understanding clicks immediately with the matriarch. And she goes, "Vlad, I am very glad that you went through and destroyed all of them in Barovia." And Vlad goes, "At least all the ones I know of. I still never found whatever priest was distributing that armor."
We still have any of that? I keep giving it to the orcs, so I assume they have some.
Oh yeah, they still have all the current sets that plus whatever Vlad has brought.
Yeah. I could keep a piece of it and see if I smell anything similar along the way. That's been a lot of fun.
Vlad kind of chuckles and he goes, "Your sense of smell will lead you in a lot of directions. Just don't follow any decaying scents."
But don't things decay? Is there like an unnatural decay thing that I should be looking out for?
You will know exactly what I mean when you smell it.
Are we talking like roses don't smell like ooh, ooh, ooh?
This is along that line, yes.
Ah, demons, got it. We're heading very demon-esque at this point.
Yeah, he literally puts his head in his hands and he goes, "Demons are no fun. Did
Yeah,
you
no,
find the
they-
one I sent you? Or I gave you information on? What was his name? John?"
Did we find a John?
Yeah, you guys totally destroyed him.
Possibly. I woke up a werewolf, and then when I could actually
that's
see
right, you
through the
were
magical
sleeping.
darkness, possibly?
He nods and he goes, good, because demons doing things in Barovia is not something I'd be okay with.
I also turned somebody inside out by trying to heal them.
There's
That was
once again a
traumatizing.
stunned silence.
I was not okay with that.
The matriarch reaches out and kind of pats you gently on the head and says,
Reach out and touch her.
that does not sound like it would...
Every episode, folks.
Here's that accent again. That does not sound like it would be fun to witness.
Nope, we needed him as a witness. Oh, I healed him and he turned inside out. That doesn't make sense.
She kind of nods and goes, I need to clean up for the night. Mixie Nix, if you need, we have supplies for you if you need to go or move on to places now, or if you need to stay for a while, we have the room still set up. And recently met with that individual who calls himself Ian from the ever-present inn, and we now have an inn in Orkin. The very first.
He wasn't his own person when I met him, and now he is his own person.
The massive mood swings on this one, seriously.
She's completely just
Lost it.
Just completely manic.
completely just because manic's better than the super depressed state because yeah. So it's just thought to thought to thought to thought, because if she stops to linger, she can't be held accountable anymore.
That's when the darkness comes.
That's when it gets all spooky.
That's when everything solves itself.
Yeah, no.
They're
That
coming
was the
to take me
same.
away.
I did that the same day I told a demon off and told her to go back where she came from.
Did she?
Aggressively. She had a
Grabbing
book
the
that was
mic like,
tried
fuck
to
yourself.
eat me when I took it. It was adorable.
Muzz is kind of you see her consistently going oh, wait a minute, because she seems kind of flabbergasted by this, whereas the matriarch stands, pats you again on the head, says good night, and Vlad just goes, and I thought my life had interesting things happen during it. Clearly, I've barely lived at all.
Oh, don't say things like that. Do you, sir, have good coping mechanisms for when I get trapped in my thoughts so bad I do this to myself? References
Cool.
back to her hands just almost poked all the way through from her claws.
It's the most Stephen King shit. Anyone who's read Stephen King knows exactly what I'm talking about. That happens in every other book.
It's copium. You take massive amounts of copium.
Of copium. Right here.
Isn't it also known on the market as like unobtainium?
Unobtainium.
Unobtainium.
Those are actually two distinctly different chemicals. One you cannot obtain because it's unobtainium, and the other you cannot cope with because it is copium.
Well, copium is supposed to be what you huff when you're trying to cope. You just huff that copium. You just.
Why are we talking about drugs?
Oh, copium.
Oh,
Sorry,
copium
yeah,
is just heroin.
Vlad.
Talking about.
Vlad. I didn't say it. Vlad. He
Spray paint in a bag.
He looks at his hands, and then he says, my younger days, the way I coped was by killing. Not killing innocent people, killing my enemies. Hunting those that would harm my lands. It was a simpler time. Only became complex when the world itself began to become complex. As time grew on, it became difficult to truly cope with the rage.
It's not always rage. I was trapped in my thoughts. Memories.
Yeah.
Apparently that can just be triggered, and I suddenly just stop responding to the outside world, and that's dangerous.
He nods and he says, "That is not something I've ever had to deal with myself. I don't think I have quite the same past as you do, Mixie Nix."
I hope nobody has the same past as I do.
Yes. But it may come that you will have to find a way to face your past. Perhaps that is how you will be able to cope with it.
Right.
Not an easy thing to do.
No,
And-
that doesn't help with the random triggers yet either. Okay.
No. Nor will it be done overnight.
No, but kinda gotta find something that will call me back to awareness, because this apparently I don't feel.
You have a organism connected to you called Pip.
Yup. Literally alive because of this one. At this point.
Perhaps he can assist, give you the right amount of jolt you need to wake you from that stupor.
I don't know, man. It's gonna be pretty hard.
Maybe if he's not being a...
Okay. Well, I appreciate the attempt. So I shouldn't go raging and sneak attack surprise Cephas, right? That's bad.
No, that's not wise. From what I know of Cephas and from what I've heard recently, that is not wise at all.
Be very unwise.
I support it.
Kind of want to like smack him, leave a little scar, like. Let him at least know like there's someone that wanted.
He only had like.
Oh, I'll leave a little scar.
Army
I'll
of,
leave a little scar.
Like robots.
Lick.
I mean, like everybody's so brave until they face horde mechanics, but whatever. One shot McGee is probably going to be less ready to go when there's 50 of these fuckers chasing him.
Yeah, it's okay. Just gotta take out the
Granted.
big guy.
They don't know about.
What you have shown us.
They don't know.
Don't tell them.
That can be a conversation we have when it comes up again.
We don't know about Pip.
No, something else. Vlad nods.
We don't know about.
About their back. Yeah.
Vlad
We don't
nods.
know about Mixie.
Heck.
Vlad nods, and at this point, Muzz goes, "Yeah, better not to talk about things I don't understand anyway." And
Factual.
I guarantee you my mother won't say anything.
Do you think she'll have any good advice?
Vlad chuckles and goes, When she is more awake, yes, undoubtedly. She was starting to get exhausted from all the people that she had to deal with today.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Try throwing a party for large groups of people every day. Every day. But I'm going to go find the boys, my boys, and we will stay the night because we need to get Smasher in here to talk to you two, so see that. I can't believe I did that. Do note, I want him dead. Like, I do not think this will end well, but I'm doing right by my robot kid.
Vlad nods and says, I will watch him closely. And you get the feeling he just promised death on Cephas should one wrong move be made.
There's a fucking gnat in here.
I feel...
Sorry.
Kill it!
Kill it with fire!
Sounds like that's not our problem, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find the boys now.
Yeah.
Probably wondering where I am.
Yeah, Muzz also leaves, and you see Vlad actually moves to a different portion of the floor and then sits down and seems to start to meditate. When you walk out,
Good idea, walk away.
I need you to make a perception roll.
No, that's a 3. On the
That's a
die.
3. Alright. You walk smack bang into someone. Like right into his leg. And it feels exactly like a metal leg. At first you think it might have been Valisor, but then you realize, hold on, there was clothing on that metal leg.
And we cut to break.
I don't wear clothes.
And we cut
do
to
I?
break.
I don't
No,
wear
you have
clothes.
armor.
I wear armor.
Yeah.
We are going to cut to break right there.
We need to get Smasher clothes, even though he doesn't need them. He needs to like a really well tethered, like a really well like fit
Tailored
to
three-piece
custom
suit.
fit suit.
Yeah,
Right. That's what I'm saying. We're talking like zoot suit, like riot sort of shit.
Zoot suit.
Like we need a bright yellow, completely defeat his armor. It'll be fine.
It sounds like we have to have that stereotypical we go to the ball
Oh,
situation.
yes, darling.
The
We're
gala.
going to the ball.
Oh yes, I will blend right in.
Are you guys ready to see Deshane in a white hat? Fucking go!
Let's go! Alright, speaking of going, break time.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists. Forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The Queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her. Oh my god. And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Nightbane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
Oh no. This is dental hour.
Hell yeah.
Laugh love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
where he's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off, unplug your nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing? No, straight that way. Straight forward. Now left. Now left.
Go to the left. Yeah.
Now straight forward. Right in that nook. Right in that nook. Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ. What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
my slimy mucus ball. I think that's what that is. These are germs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime, it's booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie. There are cookies.
That's a hot no.
And I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The tail.
Still alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Satyr tots.
Let's go talk to Brolog. I got some names.
Tater tots.
Tater tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Pid. All right, well, Brolog will embrace the handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not.
Oh,
Jesus.
No.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Close to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. Well, now we are.
Okay, perfect. Good. Good. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break.
Hello.
Alright, cut right to it. Yeah, so Mixinix, you walk out of the big tent and right into the leg, very metallic-like leg. But the only thing that tells you that it's not Deshane is that the clothing was on the outside of the leg. And then you hear, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. I haven't seen a gnome in a very long time. My apologies. I will be very much more careful next time. And the guy has a brown, he's got a big brown jacket, leather jacket that goes down to about his knees. The hood is up, and you see a skull-like metallic mask that looks like it's been shattered and then welded back together, currently on his face. And he looks down at you and he goes, "Are you all right? I did not look where I was going. My apologies."
Neither was I. My nose hurts. It's fine. Except for it doesn't. It's fine.
Good.
Does it look straight? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, it looks straight. I seriously have not seen a gnome in a very long time. My apologies. Stop staring. And he kind of gets a little awkward for a moment.
No, I'm a weird one to look at. Stares are normal. I haven't seen you around here before.
Oh, I'm definitely not from around here. I saw an orc walk out, or like split second before you did. I was actually going to follow her, but I'm more or less looking for whoever runs this town. My name is Scarl Mallory. I come from a place
far away.
Well, yes, it is. I'm assuming that people coming from places far, far away is pretty normal then.
I'm not from here.
Well,
and
then.
you don't look like you're from here, so it must be somewhere far, far away.
Either way, do you know which direction I should go to meet with whoever is running this place?
That was her. I wouldn't do that right now.
Orc. Right. I think I will
If you go in there, there's someone who's meditating that is very high up in the order of ranks and things.
He looks at the door, like his head turns to the door, and you hear him mutter something to himself in a language you've never heard before. And then he goes, "No, I think I'll leave the meditating to the meditating. I saw an inn over there. I'll stay there for the night. Come back in the morning. This is where I would want to go, though, right?" Perfect. He gives you a thumbs up. And you see that it looks like he's wearing a metallic glove or gauntlet, but then you notice that it's just small enough that it could be his hand.
As he goes to... Is he trying to walk away?
He's about to.
How'd you get past the orcs at the front gates?
Oh, I didn't walk through the front gate at all.
How did you come to be here today?
He laughs and he goes, we call ourselves the Rift Walkers. In my home, there's these kind of rifts in reality. Rifts, really. That's why we're called Rift Walkers. And these rifts lead to different universes most of the time. I'm one that explores these rifts. And one appeared, so I'm exploring.
And you're not some kind of eldritch horror monster?
He doesn't respond for a long period.
You know, with the tentacles and like the hopping out of dead bodies.
Well, not
eldritch horror.
Not that kind. I'm sorry. I mean, I have already heard one name that I recognize upon arriving here. Why not another? What are you talking about?
Well, me and my son and his best friend Robot stitched literally with needle and thread. Stitched one of these rifts closed.
I mean, I have seen
that
someone
was
stitch a
sadly
rift.
after eldritch horrors came out and started popping out of dead bodies.
Oh, that sounds exactly like an infernal.
Oh,
They don't exist in my universe specifically, but they ravaged, from what I can understand, the large portion of the multiverse which in my universe exists. They're outsiders. Demons, sort of. I mean, some people call them demons. They specialize in consuming realities. Though, I mean, you could still technically live within the reality of which they've consumed. It's just very hostile, and you'll probably die within a couple of months. And very dangerous. They tend to be horrors that emerge from the bodies of the dead that used to worship them.
Wait, what?
Horrors that pop out of the bodies of the dead that used to worship them?
Do they have actual names? Mixie's walking backwards towards Vlad.
Okay. He follows you. Give me 1 second while I look something up.
Syrinscape, folks. I heard like a long pause with no one talking. Syrinscape, for all your tabletop RPG needs. The beautiful sounds that I currently can't hear. I don't know if the music stopped. I don't know what's going on. Quickly, Vaughn, get what you need.
Yeah. As he follows you, he goes, well, not names particularly, because they were destroyed before my time. But I do remember hearing a few titles that have been mentioned in some scripts. One such title being the curator of all that is known or will be dreamed. There's also the shadow beyond time. And whisperer of unknown truths. That one was one that I'd heard as well.
How would one discover? How would a gnoll discover one of these things to worship it?
What is a gnoll? Let's start there. And at this point, he holds the door to the large building open for you.
Vlad, I know what's going on with the gnolls. I think.
You hear some rustling, and then Vlad approaches. Well, you're a big guy. And you are made of a lot of metal.
I am feeling very short.
You are so tiny compared to these two. Now, granted, Scarl's only about 6 foot, but, Vlad's
That's
almost
still
8.
another whole me, at least.
Yeah. And Vlad towers over Scarl.
Let's be fair about this. Feeling short should be a state of being for you.
There's
in
this
real
sort of-
life, let alone
the glare. Oh, you didn't.
Oh, my spirit animal, my spirit animal.
I didn't say anything. It's fine. I'm just saying you should be able to relate. That's all.
Trust me, I do. When Mixie comments on being short, she's commenting more on like the power display in social economics.
Yeah, because Vlad is very powerful. And it's hard to tell with Scarl. He
He's
doesn't really
solid.
seem overbearing. Yeah, he's solid. That's
Not
for sure.
solid enough to break my nose, but solid.
Yeah. He does, when Vlad approaches the door, he does hold the door open for Vlad, but steps back so that Vlad can properly step out into the cool air. The cooling air, because it's getting dark.
Yeah, so this dude, Mal Scoury,
Carl.
last name start with an M then?
Yes.
Makes me feel better about
Scarl
my
Mallory.
mistake. You know how the gnolls were popping into monsters after they died?
Vlad thinks for a moment. He goes, I did hear about this, yes.
Apparently that only happens to the dead of things that worship a demon from beyond.
Vlad kind of looks at you questioningly and then looks over at Scarl, and Scarl goes, I mean, it sounds exactly like an infernal, is what it sounds like. I mean, they're like demons. They're basically demons. But you can say demon for a lot of things. That's the problem. So I prefer to just refer to them as infernals because they're more distinct. And Vlad kind of... So if killing them does not necessarily mean good, how does one get rid of? Scarl kind of chuckles and goes, well, unfortunately, you're gonna have to kill them. It's just, you gotta kill them multiple times, I guess. Which kind of makes Vlad go quiet for a moment.
Would one of these all-powerful named things be able to get stuck behind a door in a tower?
Scarl chuckles and goes, well, a lot of the texts suggest that there were several inquisitors that were able to do similar related kind of things to infernals in our plane. So my guess would be yes. Given enough power, probably could get one stuck behind a door.
You would think if someone had the power to get something stuck behind a door, they would be able to, have a fail-safe for when door gets opened. Or put a sign that says, Evil Mancer will destroy and eat worlds behind door, do not open.
Vlad at this point, you could tell he understands what you're referring to, that you clearly have done something. But Scarl is like... hold on a sec.
It is my friend, though. I let it out, so we're friends now, and it owes me one.
Ooh. Oh, okay, actually, that is something. Hold on to that. That is very much something. From what I have understood about infernals, seeing, we've done a lot of reading up on them as we can, or as much as we can. If one owes you something, they very much thoroughly tie to that.
So
I'm mildly surprised you haven't heard from it again.
Well, I stuck my head in the rift, but I was pulled out before I could actually get a long-going conversation. I'm pretty sure it was there, but like I said, my head got pulled out of the rift before that I could have full conversations.
And that was the one that got stitched closed.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is a very infernal way of closing a rift.
Well,
I've definitely read in books that one of the ways infernals would close rifts that they have created is by stitching it closed. Granted, they would use sinew of humans, so...
Nope, it was just needle and thread and...
I don't know why it's always humans.
Humans that the string's made out of?
Yeah.
Probably ratios.
At least that's what the books wrote. Could
ratios,
be. Granted, where I come from, humans were the ones who made the actual deal with them, so... Vlad kind of looks around and goes, is it me or is it quiet? At which point, if you
I'm gonna
like
roll I'm already
you
over
roll
here.
a perception.
19!
Nice.
With a 14 on the die.
Good. It is quiet. You can't hear any birds. And it's getting dark, but it's like the sun is clouded over, but there's no clouds.
I got a bad feeling about this.
And Vlad kind of goes, I will
Goes
go
into
alert."
her bag and starts drinking whatever it is.
What do you grab out?
High will be alcohol, low will be coffee. And I've got a little coin to flip.
Mid will be an Irish coffee.
It's a solid liquid alcohol.
Alcohol.
Pure grain.
She drinks the alcohol.
Nobody's enjoying it. Not the smell of it, not the person drinking it.
Oh. Vlad says, I will alert the matriarch. And then he heads off, and Scarlet kind of looks around and goes,
I got this. Rubs the stone. Something's going on, and it's not good.
Who had the other end of that stone?
Mama Orc!
I had to remember. You gave it to her.
She gave me the stone.
I mean, she gave it to you. I don't know why I said you gave it to her. She gave it to you.
Because I gave her a shimmer rock today, but different rock.
You feel confirmation more than you hear it. And then you do hear Monk specifically say, the sky is dark, but there is no cloud. The sun has yet to set, but I do not see it. Prepare. And you hear kind of like the whole of Orkin suddenly start moving.
There's no clouds in Barovia. That seems sus as fuck. I'm just saying that's sus as fuck. No clouds in Barovia. I'm just saying. Don't read into that. Don't read into that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're gonna hop over to the others quickly because Valisor, you specifically would hear that as well as you are working. You would hear Monk saying those words basically in your head, but it was like you heard it auditorially.
Okay. How far have I gotten with the helmet stuff?
Yeah, you've finished with the helmet.
Sweet. Put it on. Put my gun arm on. Look at the door and be like, get behind the door on you, and just open up the door.
All right, you have a nice, good amount of vision, by the way.
Yeah.
The way you set it up,
yeah.
Exactly what you wanted. All right, for the other two, you guys chase down those blurs. Smasher, you first. So when you follow the blur into the alleyway, you look, and as you're looking down the alleyway, it's like the alleyway is kind of being pulled. So your vision kind of looks further down than what you think it should be, or further beyond than what you think it should be. And
Did something I say distract you?
What's up? Look, a lot happened. Okay.
That was really good timing, guys, not gonna lie. I didn't notice any communication beforehand, so moving on.
What were you saying? Sorry. Zelda referenced body horror, so I had to do something horrific in the chat.
Oh yeah, well,
It's delightful.
it's good. Anywho, so I walk into the alleyway, and
as you're looking down, you do start to feel kind of a sense of vertigo, because you can't quite stop yourself from moving further in. You muted.
I accidentally muted myself to speak, which was funny. It's almost like that thing where like you kind of trip over your own feet a little bit, so you're doing that like lean forward, like you're like walking to keep yourself upright, less actually walking to like go somewhere.
Exactly.
Got you. Okay, cool. So I'll just keep on. I'm probably a little disoriented. I won't lie. I think Smasher's just a little disoriented, and I'm probably a little unhappy. Thank you, Faye. No, he's probably disoriented. So yeah, I don't even think he's thinking very much of it. He's just kind of. I really want to know what that is, and so he's just kind of going with it. Come on,
Deshane, on your end, as you chase this little blur, it does lead you down what you thought was going to be an alleyway, but you find yourself actually looking down a well, and you stop yourself just in time before you fell in. But at the bottom of the well, instead of seeing water, you do see what looks a lot like a shadow. And no, this is not an old well. This is a relatively new well. It looks well maintained.
Well maintained.
Okay, so I went from running down an alley to looking down a well, like as if I'm like standing. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot this fucking thing. Roll to hit.
His answer to everything. He's gonna go ahead and use a grit point.
Anyway, I started blasting 22.
22 to hit. All right, roll damage.
Okay.
Well, that didn't go well.
Oof.
Double. Hit it twice.
15 damage.
All right. You feel a scream in your head, and you are once again standing in that alleyway you thought you had been running in the first place. But on the other end of it, there is a Smasher who is now stumbling towards you. Don't worry, you haven't shot Smasher. Smasher, at that moment, you do hear a shot ring out, and then immediately the vertigo is gone, and you see yourself kind of stumbling towards Deshane.
Did I hit you?
No, I was just following something down the alleyway. When did you get there? You were.
I just reply, good, and then I begin to look around. Investigation of, let me see, my 18.
Yeah, 18. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of look around as well.
Okay, perfect. What's yours?
That's cocked. Huh.
3.
An investigation. My investigation is a whopping +0. So I'm not great at math. I believe that means I got a 3.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I'm not so good at the maths either, so I think you might be right. We'll go with 3.
Carry the 1. Okay, yeah, 3.
3. Yeah, 3. So yeah, you for you, it's like you're just kind of looking around, like, okay, that was an answer from him. Deshane, on the other hand, you can see what looks kind of like someone had run up the side of the wall, leaving these kind of like sort of indents in the wall that look kind of like 2 claw marks, but for what you might be able to count as being 4 limbs.
How tall is this wall?
It's the wall of a building. It is about 2 stories.
So
Smasher.
20 feet up.
Yeah, about 20 feet up.
Smasher.
Mhm.
How high do you think you can throw me?
All the way.
I think Smasher kind of looks at where Deshane was looking, looks back up at him, and it's only 2 stories tall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it's a normal 2 stories, is it not working? There we go. Deshane, how tall are you?
No, 6'2".
Oh. Well, then here. Smasher takes and kind of like gets him on, gets Deshane on his hand and just like puts his hand straight up, because at his current size, he's roughly about 10 feet tall, and with his arm reach, that's another a good 3-4 feet easy. So with him being 6 foot tall, that would put him at hand grab length to just pull himself up. And I just like straight reach you up above and just holding you on my hand, palm of my hand.
And actually, because of the kind of arms you have, Smasher, it is a little bit more, so it's pretty easy for him to. He does not quite have to extend his arms all the way to reach.
Have him all the way up.
Okay, I get up on that roof, pull my right pistol, and begin looking.
It's not that hard to see. You actually see a couple roofs down what looks like a moving mass of shadows just lingering.
I shoot right in the center. Wham!
Make a shot. But while he's making his shot, as soon as I hear the shot go off, I'm going to try to straight. I still have rocket boots. I can personally, I can jump, just flat jump up there. So I'm just going to jump up right next to him. Just
yeah. As he's shooting, you jump up right next to him. What did you get? 23?
24.
24.
Excuse me.
All right. Yeah. Roll damage.
$17.
There's another like psychic almost scream that you hear resonate through you, and Valisor, at this point you hear it clearly because you are approaching the building it is on. If you were just walking out of the smithy, that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you hear the gunshot and you see Smasher kind of appear up and land on a building not too far from where you're currently standing. And then you hear the psychic scream almost right next to you, almost on the smithy.
I'm going to quickly
where it came from.
Oh.
You don't see where the scream came from exactly. You just know that something on that building just screamed.
Okey dokey.
I'm going to climb up on top of Smasher's back, and I'm going to say, follow that fucking thing. You muted
yourself.
It's so glad that you did that because he was about to bolt off anyway. So, weirdly enough, I don't think I've ever carried you before. Like,
see, I've got it different this time. So instead, once you did. Instead of like a piggyback stance, I've got like my hands on like, I imagine like the back of your like neck area where like there's metal.
And you're probably
openings.
standing on like what would be my hips. So
yeah,
you're,
exactly.
Like,
like there's like
you're kind of like
footholds.
doing this number and kind of leaning back a little bit, cowboy.
Exactly.
Like a rearing horse. Okay, I see you. You. Not thrilled about it, but I see you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I think any other time it'd probably be a snide comment out of Smasher, especially like with what's going on. But given that you just discharged your weapon, I think he's just going to immediately dash action towards this thing. So 90 feet.
If they're doing that, I'm going to start running I'm gonna use a bonus action to activate my boots to catch up and keep up. But I'm also, while I'm going, activate my helmet C invisibility and also cast Long Strider on myself.
Perfect. Let's quickly jump over to Mixie Nix. You do hear a gunshot go off somewhere in the city.
The sound effect.
I don't have
Told you it's not loud enough.
No, keep going.
And Scarl kind of looks over in the direction of which it happened. He goes, "Huh? Should we?"
That's my boys.
All right. Do you? How fast are you?
I turn into a wolf.
So you're gonna be pretty darn quick. Cool. I will see you there. And you kind of see him walk into a shadow.
Shadow step, baby.
I have questions I've been meaning to ask. I have a gun that allows me to shadow.
You do.
Walk,
You have shade.
I do. How does that work exactly?
Essentially, you could follow
Mechanically.
him. You can
Cool.
follow him. He's doing the same exact thing that Shade does.
Yeah.
That's why I gave you that.
I
sound.
look more like a puppy jumping in and out of like puddles, but I'm like disappearing into the shadows.
Yeah. Actually, because of situations involving this, when you jump into this shadow, for a very brief moment, you're cold. Pip gives an almost not panic, but kind of like shock feeling, and then you hear him say, "Well, this isn't normal," and then you and Scarl both appear on the rooftops, the other side of this entity, and see Smasher being ridden by Deshane, dashing towards this kind of flowing shadow, and you can just hear something big and metallic
My
moving
own
on the
personal
street below.
Sibian.
You know, I didn't
being
think
your
I'd
mount will
see
not
the day.
And we're gonna roll initiative.
Ugh.
Let's go!
I'm gonna roll initiative with a D2. You happy with that?
Okay, that's better.
No.
That's
Not that I got much better.
I rolled a nat 7. I thought it was a 1 at first, but
Me
I rolled
too.
a nat 7 for a total of 10. No, 10, 11, 12.
did.
I can math.
Yeah.
I looked at proficiency instead of initiative.
I rolled a nat 7 for a 9.
Deshane.
I rolled a nat 19 for a 31.
Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, what? Did that come out of myself? I'm sorry. did you say that?
Hi.
Fastest gun in the West.
I rolled a nat 18 for a 20.
It makes sense. Mixie's completely like distracted by Deshane on Smasher's back. Like,
That does make
But
sense.
hey,
That's right.
At least we don't have.
Oh, here comes the
no,
joke.
I can't do it. Not yet.
Yeah.
Not
Threw you
yet.
off.
I'm gonna say.
Threw you
it.
off.
I'm gonna say.
Two
it.
spoon. Two spoon.
It's
All right.
teaspoon, yeah.
I don't know where everyone's getting tentacles right now because this thing has not been tentacly yet.
It's
I don't know.
just
It
how the chat
happened.
has evolved.
Look, chat happens sometimes. All right. I just
Devolved.
Chat happens.
Okay, here is what you guys now see. The entity, now that you've all focused on it and are moving towards it, instead of being shadow, you realize it is insects. It is literally a swarm of bugs, all flowing around themselves so quickly and so silently, they seem like a moving, flowing shadow. But they are clearly moving around something else that is there. And that thing has been shot twice by Deshane. So, Deshane, you get to go first.
Okay, as I'm riding on Smasher's back, with one hand motion, I unload and reload my gun with all that alchemist fire. I don't have my notebook next to me. I'll grab it here in a minute. I load it with alchemist fire. And then I'm going to take 3 shots at this fucking thing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to expend 1 grip point on the first shot for violent shot to add +2. Wait, the attack hits. You can roll an additional weapon damage die per grip point spent. So that'll be 3 if I hit. Does a 27 hit?
Yes.
God, I love these guns. $22 damage. And what was the alchemist? What did that do? That was like a D4 at the beginning of next round, because now they're all...
Yeah, they're on fire. That does way more.
And then it was an additional D6 of fire damage, and then D4 at the beginning of our...
Is it D4? I thought it was D6 at the beginning of every round if you're on fire.
This is a bullet form.
Oh, okay.
Slightly different than normal alchemist on fire.
So then it's 2 points of fire damage on top of that. So 24 in total.
So for this grouping, give me the normal damage and then give me the fire damage separately. Don't worry about combining them because the fire damage is going to be different for them.
Okay, got it. It's only 2 fire damage, 22 piercing.
22 piercing, perfect.
Okay, second shot is 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
Hit max damage on this one for piercing, so that's 16 plus is 23 piercing damage, and then fucking 2 fire damage.
I heard the gun in that time.
Third shot is 30 even to hit.
30 even hits?
Yep.
Mr. I can't miss unless I roll a run. Wow. My ability to talk something disappeared.
14 piercing. And 3 fire damage. This motherfucker is on fire for so I'm gonna grab my notebook. That is my turn because I move when Smasher moves. So
okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
Back.
Perfect. All right, it's gonna be Scarl next.
I don't
have. Mixinix, what you see is Scarl says something in another language under his breath, and then he whips out 2 pistols. The biggest difference between these pistols and what Deshane uses is these pistols are most definitely some kind of mechanical. There's more than just the simplicity that looks like Deshane's pistols. These look really complex, and they have these now glowing, very blue, almost electric blue colored runes up and down the whole barrel of each pistol. And he points both of them and he says to you, Mixinix, as he's firing, that is not from this universe. I can guarantee you this. And he takes a couple shots. One of them will actually miss. As the shot comes at it, you see this swarm kind of split and the bullet goes through the center of them. And you guys on the other side, you see this bullet come through and it's like it's arcing electricity, so it glows a blue color as it shoots through. And the second shot, however, does connect with something which actually lights up what's inside the swarm. And what you guys get is a kind of like insect-like entity with spindly limbs and too many of them. And it screams in pain as lightning arcs up and down its body, and it takes damage.
I know what that is. Folks, it ain't good. That's from my world.
Alright. That's Scarl's turn. Valsor, it is your turn.
Okay, did I hear you? Oh.
I'm sorry, you just cut out right at the end up there.
No, I cut out for a reason. Did I hear you say it's lit up now?
You've seen where it is, which is enough for your helmet.
No, as in, like, is it
unload
lit up?
I mean,
is it still like a mass of darkness that people might have difficulty seeing, or?
Most people, yes, but for you now, you can actually see that your helmet is highlighting a form inside this darkness. And as it's on the roof, your helmet specifically is telling you where on the roof it is.
Where?
So you know where it is.
How far away is it from me?
It's about 30 feet.
30
it is
feet?
20 feet up, though.
Okay. Great. Shit. I just gotta look something up quickly.
Smasher, if you're talking to us, you're muted.
These things happen, all right? So we have a merch store, folks, and
yes, merch
here's
store.
the thing. If you have ever thought to yourself, you know what I need right now? I need Ethan's face on a mug, right? We can arrange that. All right, so go ahead and check out our merch
My
store.
full-size body pillow. What about that?
Yes,
folks?
actually, we do
Keep
have. They
bugging
call
Murray,
them.
and we'll get a full body. Me, not even one of my characters, just me.
We need to do Dutch wives of Murray and of Ethan and of Vaughn, of course. You know, we get Torcast in here, get full Dutch wives of one side, of course, fully clothed and being risque, but the other side, you know.
Absolutely going to happen. Valor front side, all metal, back side, the butt cheek part of the metal is missing.
Yes.
Right. So, here's what I'd like to do. How big is this building? And is there anyone else on this building?
You can hear movement and action in the city going on, but not in this building. This building seems dark. It's close enough to the smith. You think it might be a building specifically for storing materials, and it's probably empty.
Okay, they might get a little upset at what I'm about to do. I would like to cast Wall of Fire on it and make the width of it 20 feet, the thickness of it 20 feet, and the height of it about, I think I've got about 10 feet left, and try to make it in the middle to where it has to be in the wall and then move through the wall on its turn.
Wait. So, what you're telling me is you want to turn the wall you're currently looking at into a wall of fire, and then walk inside?
No, I essentially want to turn the building that the creature is on into a wall of fire, and then listen to him scream as he burns, and then on his turn he has to continue moving through said wall of fire. Essentially, I want to create it and put him in the middle, not me. I don't want to be in this shit, no.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You said it's 20 feet long and 20 feet wide?
Yeah, so...
So it's a square.
A square. Essentially, a square wall of fire that has some height to it.
Okay. Enough that he will either A, fall into it because it is going to destroy something in the building, or B, he will be in it when it starts.
I want to cast it centered on him. So
on him. Oh, yeah,
in
you can
it.
do that. Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were casting it at your level. No, you're casting it
No,
at his level.
no,
Okay.
I want to cast it up at his level.
That makes more sense. Yeah. All right, go right ahead.
So he's literally
Cast that.
centered in it.
Yep. You guys suddenly see
Vulnerable
a column of fire appear.
He needs to make a dex saving throw.
Yes, he does.
I mean, he needs to try to make a dex saving throw. Hopefully he fails.
What's the DC?
That is a great question. That is going to be a 15.
What's the damage?
Hang on, still calculating. 6, 10. I didn't roll, too hot, but it's 19 fire damage.
Yeah, you guys see a column of fire suddenly appear and just hear a continuous scream of pain and loud popping noises. All right. Anything else, Velosaur?
Who wants fried bug? Right.
It's like popcorn. Oh, me and Drow at the exact same time. How fucking weird is that, folks?
Salty popcorn. Nice. That is an action. It's centered around there. I am going to use my... No, I already have Long Strider. I'm good. Is there a way to get to the rooftops at all?
Make a quick perception roll.
Okay. Wow. 12.
12.
Doo-doo.
The wall in front of you, you can see there are some ways to get up onto the roof, but it would require an acrobatics check. And your helmet, by the way, specifically marks each location you would have to grab onto. So it would be an acrobatics check at advantage.
Oh, sweet. I'm going to try it. Also, with my turn right now, I have 80 feet of movement.
Perfect. Yeah, you can easily get up there.
That is going to be a 15.
Yeah. Even with advantage?
Yeah, even with advantage. I only have +2 to my acrobatics.
Okay, well, that's not too bad with the +2. Yeah, I mean, it does take the rest of your movement to do so, but you do get to the top of, and you are standing at the top of the building.
Really?
You can see your column of fire.
Fabulous.
It is like a beacon.
Still have a bonus action. Is there anything I can do with it? Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action to do Guardian Armor. And give myself 3 temp hit points.
Alright. Alright.
That'll be my turn.
Defensive field. Alright. After you, it is Mixinix.
Do I have a fairly straightforward path to get to this thing?
Yes, however, it is now inside a wall of fire.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well... You know what? Hold on. Still. Is there a shadow for me to pop out of on his side? Preferably his shadow? Its shadow?
Well, I mean, right now it doesn't have a shadow because it is actually inside the wall of fire. Like, he literally made the wall of fire a 20 by 20 square on the creature. But there are a lot of shadows closer by that you can see everywhere.
Well, then I am going to... What kind of action is it to shift back? Because I am in wolf because I had to go running. But we didn't have to go running very far.
For you, a bonus action.
Okay. Then I'm going to bonus action back into full gnome form. No. Half form.
Hybrid.
Hybrid form.
And I'm just going to cast Spirit Guardians.
Spirit Guardians. Oh, this is pretty cool looking, actually.
In which the normal fireworks, they make little wolf heads in bursts.
I love it.
So I'm assuming I can get it within 30.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
And not set myself on fire.
And it needs to make a wisdom save?
Yes?
How much damage does it take?
If it fails, 3d8.
Alright, it failed. Horribly.
I didn't even notice. Please. I was like, oh.
10. 13.
Alright.
And it is also slowed. Its movement is halved.
Valisor, your heads-up display announces to you that there is no longer anything living within that wall of fire.
Woo!
However, it does say that there seems to be more swarms nearby.
Shit.
And then you see what looks like an explosion go off in one end, and your heads-up display kind of goes dark on that side of the city, and then on the other side of the city, all of you hear a cacophonous, like, psychic scream, very similar to the scream that this thing had gone off every time it got shot. And then your heads-up display, Valisor, goes dark. And you get the feeling that it doesn't quite recognize any threats nearby. And you see kind of like a fog is lifting, but there's no fog to see. But you see the sun, as it's setting, just suddenly reappear in the horizon, bathing everything in an orange glow before it just softly dips behind the horizon and night falls. And now you are all standing around a wall of fire on a rooftop.
Drop concentration.
Okay, the wall of fire disappears. And there is what looks like a charred corpse of... It's almost a praying mantis looking creature, but it's got more limbs than it should. And all of them end in like these two tiny little claw-like limbs. It does not look like any demon you've seen, Valisor, but if you wanted to give it a name, demon would be pretty accurate.
Gonna jump over to that roof.
And kind of move the corpse with my boot.
Yeah. Scarl also approaches and puts both his guns away and then leans down, uses his left hand to shift the corpse over. And
Poor Smasher. We killed it before he could do anything.
Smasher was the ride.
Fastest horse in the West.
He rode into the sunset on Smasher.
That's how we end it. That's how the entire series wraps up.
Wait, real quick. What's Gandalf's horse's name? I always forget this. Shadowfax.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, Shadowfax.
His name. Right, Shadowfax.
That's how we wrap up this entire series. That's the Shade Ride Smasher off into the sun.
To like one of those old western like galloping theme songs.
It's literally you just have the theme to Blazing Saddles playing in the background.
Oh my god! Yeah, and then we pull up and there's like a get into.
Oh my gosh,
anyway,
it needs to happen.
Blazing Saddles is an amazing film.
Great film, great film.
Scarl, while he's shifting it, stands up, and as he's standing, he comes up with one of the arms, which very easily kind of similar to how lobster would look if you pull it apart after it's been cooked. He lifts it and he goes, well, I don't think I'm going to have anything crustacean related for a while.
What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure that's edible.
You want some? He offers you the leg.
I will take it.
Okay.
I will open up the mouthpiece area. Sniff it.
It kind of smells similar to lobster, actually. Just not seasoned.
What does the air smell like right now?
I'll take a little nugget.
You're gonna take a little. Okay, perfect.
One, yeah.
It doesn't smell like burnt flesh, or particularly what you would expect burnt carapace to smell like per se. It kind of smells like someone flash fried lobster.
Well, at least no. Vixie's not watching. She's no.
I mean, it smells kind of good.
Valisor.
Yes, when I look at this, I see food.
Seafood. Roll for me a con. I'm just kidding. You don't need to roll a Constitution save. It tastes like lobster, actually. In fact, if you were to put the meat of this on a plate and serve it to someone, they probably would not be able to distinguish it from lobster.
I'm gonna continue eating it.
Can every time that he makes a joke like that, can we start doing charisma saving throws or something? Like something has to start giving. Something has to start.
Making.
Can we at least take psychic damage?
Something's gotta give. Gotta give.
I would like to take. Can I request to take psychic damage? Thank you.
Yeah, take 23 points of psychic damage.
Perfect. I'm marking.
Yeah. There is no buzzing sound, and as the sun has set, obviously you probably wouldn't hear too many birds, but you do hear what you would expect nightlife to sound like.
This creature, it bugs me. Where did it come from?
I have this flash in the back of my mind of just like, click. At that fun. And then I'm like, ugh.
Scarl kind of looks over and says, actually, that's a good question. Where did it come from? I've seen creatures like this before, but not... Well, I've seen creatures similar to this before, but not one like this specifically.
I want to do like a investigation with my wolf senses.
All right, go for it. Do it at advantage.
Uh, 16 for
16.
investigation, correct?
Yeah. This is, it's definitely an insect. You don't think it's come from any specifically terrible plane of or anything that would cause it to be dangerous per se. However, it's more like a crustacean than an actual insect, which explains why it seems very similar to a lobster when in smell and taste. The one other thing you do note, though, the multiple limbs seems forced, almost like this creature didn't originally have multiple limbs. And all the tiny little insects that were flying around it, completely different species. More like a fly than a praying mantis.
Yeah, no.
Deshane, would you care to insect this?
The DM's going to start taking psychic damage. Speaking of, actually, Murray, Bowser needs to roll a percentile die for me, please.
Okay.
I rolled a
God.
Constitution
Yes,
check
please start giving him damage for this. That would be so good.
to
I'm
see
going to
whether or
do a
not
history.
Nixie holds her stomach.
What did you get?
I did it at disadvantage, considering all things considered.
content.
I rolled an 18 and a 19, so she holds it, but she is not.
This is disgusting.
She's.
Murray
Bugs.
takes backlash damage as a
Ooh.
person, not the player.
What did you get, Murray?
92.
92? Oh, wow. Look at that.
That's going to be a 9 for a history check for me.
9 for a history check for you. You think this creature could have come from the Prim, but someone's tampered with it.
Whatever it
Valisor.
is, whatever these things are, they're dead. For now.
Valisor, you get a funny feeling. You have a kind of a sensation roll down your spine, not the same kind of chilling sensation you felt before, but it's almost like acknowledgement from something.
Okay. I would like to look at the insect a bit more and see if there's any little bitty things in it that we can't see with the naked eye.
You do see, which would have been a little harder for Mixionix to have noticed with how she was investigating, as she was using more of her wolf senses. You see these little kind of bore holes in the carapace itself that your helmet heads-up display kind of lights up for you. Make a nature roll for me.
Oh. Nature ain't so
gonna go
good.
check
What are
on
you talking
food real
about?
quick.
That's actually one of your
Oh no, that
relatively
actually is
good
fairly
ones.
good.
Just you're not normally trained in it.
Hot. 9.
Hot 9. They might be the right size for the flies to go in and out of.
Not the high enough level to this, but I'd like to flash of genius him.
Flash of genius. Roll that again.
Oh, I can't do that.
Not yet. All right. Smasher, anything specifically you'd like to do while they are currently investigating this body?
I'll take a look at it. I mean, I mean, it's not mechanical. It's not really my specialty in any way. But I'll poke around and kind of look at it. I don't know what you want me to roll for that.
Perception.
Nothing I have is going to be really good for this. So
No. Go ahead and roll a perception roll.
I do want to kind of like take off because this is mildly
Disgusting.
borderline triggering for Mixie
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go sniff a lap
Do that.
and turns into a wolf and runs off.
Do I
Scarl
have it?
notes which
Hold
one
on.
you went.
Oh, I don't have it. Never mind. Wrong character. I was gonna try to prestidigitate Mixie's nose so that she doesn't have the smell in her nose real fast, but wrong character.
Wrong character. What's your perception?
19, surprisingly.
19.
Roll a 15.
Nice. While you glance over this creature, you notice specifically Scarl, while he's moving the creature around and using his left hand. His right hand stays on his knee, and his left hand does all the work, picking through, moving things, and is obviously mechanical.
So his hand that's on his knee is biological, but the hand that's picking through things is mechanical?
Yes. That just kind of distracts you for a moment. And then you see on this creature, specifically the lower leg, what looks like a tattoo on the carapace.
Tattoo on the carapace. What does that tattoo kind of look like?
Well, when are you going to bend down and investigate a little closer?
Yeah, I'll look at it closer. I can roll again if you want.
No, you don't need to roll anything. It's difficult to tell because of, it's kind of hard to tell why. Actually, roll a medicine check while you're looking at this, and I'm describing it. But it kind of resembles what looks like a tribal lion tattoo.
Nice.
But it's been morphed and changed enough that it's hard to tell. However, since you know cats from association at this point, you can tell it is a cat form of some kind. Yeah, feline of something. Tribal-like lines. It doesn't look like it was added before or after the carapace. It looks like it was added before the carapace arrived.
Okay. Smasher would just kind of start obviously giant thing, giant body, getting really close to investigate, kind of looking at this thing. Ballister, you're still looking over it really hard, right? Valisor, do you recognize this at all? And I'll show you, kind of tilt the leg towards you and show you or whatever piece towards you and show you the tattoo.
I'm gonna take a look, see.
You can roll a medicine check if you'd like as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm the most wise person in the world.
Of course, the person with the medical check just booked it.
The disgusting sight needs to get out.
That's not helpful in the medical field.
I rolled a
She's a
13,
cleric,
so
not a doctor.
plus 1 equals 14.
Better than mine.
Yeah, so while he shows it to you, the heads-up display does try to map the tattoo, which does make it a little bit easier for you to tell that it is in fact a big cat with a large mane. Kind of lines and difficult to explain what tribal looks like, but
This is a big
that
cat
typical
with a large
thing.
mane. It's difficult to describe.
Typical for what you'd find in a jock that thinks he's cool. But this was clearly lower leg. And one thing you definitely notice is this did not happen after the carapace arrived. Whatever this was done was before the carapace arrived, which kind of suggests that this creature was not originally this creature.
Admittedly, I think I already gathered that.
Oh, I didn't tell you anything.
You know what?
I'm just looking at it.
Oh, you didn't say anything?
No.
Well,
no.
You acted like you were saying it out loud, so I just assumed that.
I was talking about
said
that.
it in voice.
The tattoo itself, that bit. But as soon as I started,
Right. No, that's what
getting to the
I'm
other
saying
bit,
is like
so-
if that's all I heard was just what you said. It was just like I gathered that.
Oh, that bit. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to just kind of I gathered that, and then I'm going to touch the tattoo, and I'm not even going to ritual cast it. I'm just going to straight cast Identify.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the head area and start rifling around the head.
Okay. Identify. Let me look at that quickly.
Touch. You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If this magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, or how many charges it has. If any, you learn whether or not the spells, whether any spells are affecting the item, and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, then you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, currently are affecting it. So that's going to be a weird ruling because I'm touching a creature, but I'm touching a tattoo on a creature. I don't know how you want to rule that.
It's not magical. So you actually don't really get anything out of it. It's not particularly unnatural. Maybe how it happened was unnatural, but there doesn't seem to be any residue of how it happened or what happened left over. This creature seems that this is this creature, most definitely, but clearly with this very little like tattoo piece that you found, it might not have been this creature before.
So there's no magic affecting this. Well, I mean, I guess it's dead, so there's no magic affecting any of it anymore, at the very least.
No.
Not helpful. Not helpful in the slightest. I burnt one of 2 spell slots for that. Jeez, Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, the DM can tell you that actually was very helpful. What are you talking about? You now know it wasn't magical.
Right. No, I'm just saying. It was very little information.
I mean, you could have gotten from that, unfortunately.
Well, it's not magical. It just seems like this thing had a tattoo, probably for a long time.
Scarl stands up and also examines the leg and then looks over at you, Smasher. You see his head kind of go up and down, like he looks you up and down, and then he goes, huh. And he looks back at the tattoo. And he goes, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at here.
I think
and he turns around.
It's a forced mutation.
When he says I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, Smasher's gonna I'm a Warforged. You act like you haven't seen a Warforged. I'm a Warforged.
No,
not
he was just
put together from metal scrap to form
No.
a warrior of some kind.
I've met many Warforged. Don't worry. I know what you are. I'm talking about the leg.
Forced mutation. I'm pretty sure I'll take another bite. I'm eating what used to be a human.
Scarl puts his palm up in front of his head, and you see what looks like numbers and information start displaying, and what kind of looks like, for lack of a better way of putting it, he's looking at the genetic code of this creature. He's literally displaying it on the palm of his hand for himself. Yeah. There's nothing human left in it if it was, though.
That's why I'm still eating it.
Yeah, otherwise I'd be like, oh no, you're a cannibal, ah! But
well,
you're not.
I'm not human either.
Exactly that too. I think we established that earlier, yeah. He closes his hand and he goes, well, it sounds like this place has figured that part out. I'm gonna go to the inn that I saw along the way earlier. I think it's called the Ever Present Inn. So if you guys need me, that's where I will be.
Be sure to say hello to the Fae.
The Fae?
She's right there.
No, she...
Yes. It's run by a being named Ian. However, the person behind it is a fae. They refuse to give me their name, though.
That's, okay. Thanks for letting me know. I will, see you guys later, maybe. And he, he walks into a shadow and disappears.
Neat.
I don't know that I like him too much, Valensor.
You don't know if you like me that much either.
You're fine. Look, you're fine. You're mostly fine. We don't need another Deshane. And why do you do things by yourself? Why do you always have to? I have lots of questions about this and problems, but group, family, all that sort of stuff. Can't always, can't always like somebody, but you love them, I guess. I don't know where I remember that adage from. Anyway, I mostly like you. I would say 60-40. Let's call it 60-40. Your choice. Your choice which way it skews.
Just the helmet looking at you the whole time, you're saying all that, and it turns. What do you make of this, Deshane?
It's no different from anything we've fought before. Went down a little easier. So that's nice.
Perhaps we should check on everything else. Make sure that no one has any issues. And that these were the only ones.
We should clean up anything that needs to be cleaned up. Let's go speak with the matron. Find out what's going on. I say to the whole group.
Maybe they won't know either.
But they'll at least know what's happening inside Orkin.
This is true.
Then we can figure it out.
Perhaps how they got here. Well then. You can get on Smasher's back.
I'm still up there. No, I get back up.
You're muted.
You're muted again.
So I get why this happened to get here, Deshane, but I can help you down, but is this gonna be a thing? I already carry Mixie half the time.
Oh.
This isn't gonna
You're faster than he is.
Smasher kind of slowly, starts shuffling towards the ends of the roof, and then just kind of hops down. Just kind of stands there for a second, waiting.
I'll meet you there. I need to find Mixie Nix.
Speaking of Mixie Nix.
You find anything on my perimeter, sir?
You do. There were clearly multiples of whatever this creature was, all of which have been destroyed, and in varying ways, most of them by fire. In one of the alleyways you get to, though, you do find what looks like several bodies of a couple orcs and goblins that did not make it, but no body of any insect. All of the orcs and goblins have been cut to ribbons by lacerations.
Can I do a medical check on those lacerations?
Go for it.
Finally, somebody with a high medical roll.
That's a 17 on a die plus 8.
Nice.
25?
25. I can count. I know how to maths. Yeah, 25. 25 is really good. So, it's definitely a claw that did this. Probably more like a talon, really. probably the talon at the end of a carapace limb. However, while you are investigating, you do notice in multiple locations where it looks like these people have been half-eaten by smaller insects, specifically flies. No, nothing left behind, just eaten. So some areas where those lacerations have appeared, it's like the flies dove in on the cuts and ate the material around it and then left. So there's more like a massive gouge left behind.
And what happened to... Because there was a shadow of the cloud, shadow which we knew were the bugs.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to all the bugs?
You do not see any small insects around anywhere. No tiny bugs. You think maybe the tiny bugs did that extra damage. In fact, it probably was the tiny bugs that did the extra damage.
I want to do some kind of knowledge roll on
What
the
are you
bugs situation.
Do a nature roll.
Nature roll. And do the nature roll.
Let's act. Nat 20.
Ooh, nice.
Or 22.
Make a wisdom save for me, please.
Is it against a
This will
magical
be-
effect?
No, memory.
So I should do this with disadvantage.
Yes. But you have very high wisdom, so.
19.
19. All right.
I rolled a 9.
You get a flash of a memory. You see a swarm of these small insects that you know to be referred to as blood flies in a lot of places. But this memory, it's not familiar to you currently. It's almost like it was from before. But you know for a fact that blood flies do not swarm around a specific entity. They are separate. They usually form hives and bring their prey back to the hives and consume them there, rather than sticking to an entity that isn't being consumed by them. So these blood flies are acting very peculiar.
Does it look like anybody's taken notice of the dead here?
Not yet. You're the first to find them.
I'm a howl out.
And it does not take long at that point for other people to come running up. 2 of them are werewolves. They kind of come bounding down the hallway, see you start sniffing around and doing their own little investigation as well. And then you see an orc come running. He's heavily armored. Looks like he might have been in an attack. And he goes, yes, hello. What happened here? And then he kneels down and starts also investigating.
I just really want to finish my lap. Want to make sure there's nothing else anywhere else. I found dead bodies. Nobody else did. What else do I find?
Not much else. It looks like it was pretty quickly dispatched that whatever seemed to have attacked was killed pretty quickly. That was the only situation where you saw it was the opposite that happened.
Were there any bodies of the attackers that weren't up in flames?
There is
downed
one.
in another way. I want to investigate that one.
There's one. It is currently brought to kind of what would be the medicine tent. But that is kind of close by. There's multiple bodies of these creatures brought to this tent. I say tent, it's actually a building. I don't know why I said tent. Medicine building. It's like the hospital. Morgue, if you will. And
it is now.
There is a goblin standing over the body of one of these insects that has a massive gouge from this point in its head all the way down to pretty much its navel area. And when you walk in, the goblin kind of waves and then looks back down at this thing and starts using these kind of tongue-like devices to pry open the head, trying to see what's inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my own medicine check, I think is the first thing.
Go for it.
You're headed the right direction.
And you have it at advantage, by the way.
$15. I rolled a 7 twice.
Oh. Right. Yeah, this creature, it seems to be some kind of bug creature, like you've already been able to tell. But upon closer look at its carapace, having not taken any kind of fire damage, you can now see that the carapace is truly a hive for these blood flies. But it doesn't seem like the carapace is thick enough or big enough to really be properly a hive. It's not until the goblin splits the carapace open and shows the inside that you can see that these blood flies are not normal blood flies. They can fit into the tight space of the carapace with ease.
So they're smaller than.
Mm-hmm. When he does break open the carapace, there are no blood flies inside of it. Just the trails of which they would go, the network of how the goblin puts it, caves that they lived in inside this hive of a carapace. But while he rambles about what he's finding as well as what you're finding, he does mention that every carapace he has broken open has had evidence towards this, but the fire has damaged them too much to truly be able to tell. This is the first time he can tell.
You know they're not supposed to be this small, right?
He looks up at you, and his eyes kind of get wide, and he goes, "How big are they supposed to be?"
How big do you have?
This big. And his jaw just drops, and he goes,
Yeah. They're not pleasant things. This doesn't make sense.
He turns around, runs to a bucket in the room, and proceeds to regurgitate what he had in his stomach.
Can I do nature and or arcana on to try and figure out what would make these flies small?
Go for it. Yeah. Pick whichever one you want to go, whichever angle you want to go.
Well, it's a 12, so.
I mean, both of them are 14. Do you want arcana or nature?
I feel like Mixie would have a better grasp on nature. She's already established she's not very arcana based.
Yeah. Plus, pretty much everything according to these has been more nature anyway. It could be that these are from a plane where blood flies evolved to be smaller, or someone's tampered with them.
There hasn't been a single blood fly remnant anywhere.
Mm-mm. Not a single tiny insect found. Only the large bodies.
I am not okay with this. You okay over there?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be a moment.
You said on the other one the body had attached limbs. Is it the same for all of them?
Yes, actually, all of them. They seem to have the same number of limbs. The limbs seem like they are naturally there. Like they're not attached per se, but they grew naturally, like natural. But at the same time, you can tell they are not natural. They should not be there.
Yeah, like they grew there, but you can totally see that the rib cage is actually still there, and it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's very unnerving.
I've been told that they taste like lobster. I point at the carpets as I walk out.
Their meat
As you walk out,
delicious.
You hear him proceed to relieve himself of what's in his stomach once more.
Yep.
The idea that someone has decided to taste one of these has left him revolted.
Why she booked it?
Valisor, I just want to let you know, you have eaten a very weird insect. And it turns out you can. And that's fine. It's fine. You can eat these. There's nothing wrong with eating these.
Hey,
but it's weird.
It wouldn't be the first time that he's eaten something weird.
It's true, actually.
Heck, he's probably eaten death before.
Yeah. Running back to you guys. Where you two, Smasher and Deshane, where are you heading?
It was back to the matron.
Matron, or where you last knew her to be.
Mm-hmm. But
I mean, yeah, wherever my rider tells me, I guess.
But I'm gonna tell him to hold on. Drop me off here. Go talk to the matriarch. Tell her what's going on. I have something else to do.
I stop and kind of do my bend down like I'd normally do for Bixie or Callus and let him kind of step off. Don't. This isn't a thing, Deshane. I want to make that clear. This isn't going to be a thing. And then I'm gonna turn and let him do his thing because I'm not expecting an answer, not from Deshane.
I just tip my hat at you as you turn, and then
I'd expect
walk
nothing
away.
less from Deshane. No answer, just doing exactly what he would have done, regardless of what anybody else does. That's my boy.
That's my boy.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let Deshane do his thing and I'll walk off.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know where I'm going at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like, you could go back to where you woke up. I mean, that's the last place you would have seen the matron.
Where would I go? I don't know what Deshane's doing. Mixie went off to go do things. Valsor, what are you doing? Are you still up on the roof or something?
No, I'm looking for Mixie.
You're out looking for Mixie? Yeah, I think I'll go back to the Great Hall for the time being. I don't really know where anybody else is. And otherwise, last time I went off by myself searching, which I knew was a bad idea, Deshane more or less shot at me. So maybe I'll just go and try to do the thing I'm supposed to do and go find something. So at least this time he didn't point a gun at me intentionally.
That's true. When you get to the Great Hall, you do see that there are people there again. You see a couple werewolves standing outside, looking around very intently. When they see you, they nod. They don't stop you from entering.
I wouldn't if I were them.
Yeah. Inside, you can see the matriarch. Her axe is currently leaning against the table, and her hand is still on it, but she is also leaning over the table, receiving reports from several scouts who are talking about the incidents that happened around the city, which she has a massive map of in front of her.
Smasher's gonna walk up to the table, start listening to the reports, and I feel like in his head he's starting to process the reports like he were sitting at a command table on his ship or something along those lines. He's listening intently, probably asking a couple of questions here and there, pointing at some like defense points and whatnot. Not that he would have even thought about doing that even a day or two ago, but something. It's just kind of like, it's coming naturally. It's almost like he's falling into step of where he was.
Yeah, and to that degree, the matriarch doesn't stop you from giving suggestions or doesn't shut any of your ideas down. In fact, she builds on several of them. And at the end of the conversation you have, plus whatever information you end up telling them about your incident, the final outcome is literally there's going to be a sorcerer posted in areas around the city just in case these insects attack again, because clearly fire was the best way to deal with them.
There's a saying. There's a saying that's keeps on running through my head. It's called "use fireball and only fireball," and I don't know why that is running through my brain right now, but it feels right. And yeah, it feels right.
No, that was firewall. Use firewall and only firewall.
Yes, but fireball would have done far more damage, wouldn't it?
I mean,
not with the way I cast firewall. That was good. That would have been 10d6.
Yeah. I mean, you could get creative with firewall and make firewall do more damage, but outright fireball does do more damage.
Right. I thought it was a higher level, but I don't know. I've never had to cast.
I've
cast firewall. I've
Isn't
cast
it?
firewall.
Yeah, 4 and 5.
Yeah. Because I've cast firewall. I cast firewall in an elevator shaft with lots of hordes coming down before, and I just stacked a firewall literally through the entire shaft and destroyed an entire horde that way. It was great. Well,
that did way more damage than a fireball would have done. But at the same time, you could take out a horde that's all grouped together with one fireball. So
yes, you can. So it's just apples.
6 one way, half a dozen the other. It depends on the situation.
Yeah.
That being said, when they are finished, the matriarch does look up at you and say, "I heard you are a good way to communicate with Cephas."
I don't know about a good way to communicate with Cephas, but I mean, I know I can get to him very quickly. So I guess yes, I would probably be the quickest route to Cephas currently.
Good. If you could find a way to let him know, we are open to parlay. She doesn't seem like she's very familiar with this whole idea.
Are you actively trying to negotiate with him? I believe that was his request.
Something along that lines. Mixinix let me know that he would like an open communication. So
give me one moment. Smasher's gonna start digging his bag of holding and pull out his folded hide-a-door and pull it out and start setting it up and like unfolding it up against a wall and like getting it all locked into place.
As you are preparing it, you hear kind of a ding in your mind. And then one of the doors President, one of the doors on the far side opens up and another Warforged walks in. This one smaller than you. His head a little more round and his limbs more spindly. And he's got 4 arms instead of 2. But he walks in, looks around.
We've all got
and then
4
you hear
arms.
him.
I have 2 forearms, which means I have 8 arms.
Folks,
Just saying.
it's been fun this week, but as we end the episode, remind everyone, join us the week.
Hey, let me just quickly finish with this.
No, keep going,
he looks
sorry.
around, and then he looks over at you, Deshane. Wow. Looks over at you, Smasher, and then looks over at the matriarch. And one arm lifts and waves at you, Smasher, while the other lifts and waves at the matriarch, and he says, "Greetings. I'm here to be form of communication."
I know you don't know what I mean. I know you don't know what I mean right now, but I think that's our cell phone.
The matriarch chuckles and goes, "Well, we're going to call him cell phone from now on, then."
Perfect. I guess he's more like sending stone, but you know what I mean.
Cell phone, and they don't even know what phone means. And cell means something very different to them.
Good.
Yeah, cell phone. Name of communication robot.
This seems like a drone. So, I believe open line of communication. This probably makes things a lot... Hold on. Does that mean my dad doesn't want to see me right now?
The robot turns to you, Smasher, and he goes, "It is just simply easier to not waste your time."
I mean, I do appreciate that. You make time for your parents, and like, you know, most parents just want a phone. It doesn't matter. I start like folding up the door and like putting it back away.
As you do, the robot kind of watches you for a moment, and then he goes, "Of course, if you would like to visit, you can visit at any point in time."
It's mostly put away, and I just stop like right before the last snap, and I just kind of look back at him.
And you see its eyes are in the form of smiles.
Click, puts it away, like, alright.
And then it just kind of turns back to the matriarch, and let's see, Smasher and Valisor, let's quickly get to where you guys are going to go.
You mean Deshane and Valisor?
You mean Deshane and Valisor?
I did. Look, it's getting late. My brain is starting to turn off. That's twice now. Which of you would like to let me know what you are up to first?
Well,
I'm trying to find him.
Yeah. He's trying to find me.
You're trying to find him. Okay, and you're trying to find Mixie. And Mixie just left the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roll an investigation, both of you.
Can I roll to find Deshane? Just because
Absolutely.
This tickles me so much.
Do a big circle. Roll an investigation as well.
Investigation?
Yes, investigation.
Everybody nat ones. Everybody needs to nat one right now.
I got a nat 20.
You sat at nat 1 and went to a 19. Like I watched. Oh. Ooh.
Well, I think
to a total of 1 second. 21. Sorry.
21 for my total.
21. Come on, get a 21. You guys are all going to go in circles anyway. Get a 21.
So I'm pretty sure they found me.
Nice.
I got
What
a
did you
nat
get?
2.
Nat
For a
two-
total
yes,
of
so-
6.
Shout out to the 2 crew.
So you mostly stumble around. You do ask a couple. There are people around for you to ask. It's lively now at this point in night because people just had a fight.
Have you seen the gnome?
But none of them have seen the gnome. A couple of them mentioned, "Oh yeah, Mixinix. No, I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her in a while. No, I haven't seen the little one in some time." And as you're asking, Deshane, you walk down the street and you see him over there asking. And as you spot him, Mixinix, you look across the road and you see Deshane. And we are going to call it there for tonight.
No, just one little bit.
Okay, one little thing.
One little bit.
One little thing. What did you want?
I'm Kermiting.
When we get
You
together.
have until I finish Kermiting. You have until I finish Kermiting.
When we all get together. I want to look at them on You found me. That's not important. Whatever it is, we cannot tell the matriarch to find Cephas. We cannot let them make a deal. And further of all, we must break the connection between Smasher and Cephas.
I agree with all of those things.
Boo.
Good.
Boo, get off the stage.
Then there's some work we need to do.
They might already... If Smasher went to them first, they might already be talking.
Gonna look
Boo, get off the stage.
Just be like, fuck.
What triggered this?
There's something in Smasher.
Oh yeah, he's hardlined to
No,
Cephas.
that's not what I'm talking about. There's something else in him. And I can't identify what it is. And his diagnostics do not read as functioning.
Because of becoming human, I say,
I'm
with just 100% nonchalantly.
not positive.
Is he trying to turn Smasher into his clone?
I believe so. Either
Vaughn,
that,
can you make the...
or he's trying to turn Smasher into his vassal.
And you guys didn't want to let me go and talk to him.
I just got that diagnostic.
Do you think either Mixie or Deshane would get a history roll on something Callus said? It was an important moment for Callus.
Oh.
I was just wondering. It just seems right now. So I'm just wondering, like, if you think about it, if you think about what Callus, like, I mean, I'm sure
Yeah, you know what?
You know what I'm talking about.
Both of you make a history roll.
I remember
just
the
to see
moment.
if you remember it.
Me too.
Oh, it's a pity Callus isn't
14.
here. He would have looked at you and been like, I'm so proud of you.
Right? Don't use Callus's voice on me. My heart's
21.
not ready for it.
21. All right, remind us because Mixie Nix does.
Callus
Let Callus do it, yeah.
Yeah, he essentially theorized that Basically, Smasher was built in such a unique and complex way that he was actually becoming sentient. And through his experiences and through the times, he was gaining that sentience to it. And he basically
Smasher
said...
has a soul.
Smasher has a soul.
Basically.
Yeah.
Exactly what I said. Didn't need that history roll. Let's go.
But
Cut
right
the
now,
feed. Let's go.
Balasor is saying
it's something
very
else.
different.
Right. And that's why I thought it might be appropriate for them to remember.
I need timing on when this was said. Did this get said after we met? You guys met.
About the time of the bullet.
Yeah, it was at about the time of the bullet.
This was in Daggerfin.
when you guys were in Daggerfin.
Yeah. So this was after Cephas.
Because it was when Smasher, I remember now, it was when Smasher was starting to act more like a teenager, and you guys had a quick conversation as to why
After
Callus
his
brought
reboot.
that up. Mm-hmm.
After
brought
his
that
first,
idea up.
it was after his first upgrade.
Yeah, his first upgrade.
Right.
What Valasor's theorizing is still very possible.
Right. I just thought it was appropriate that the party that was new Callus remember what Callus said. Yeah.
But keep note that
For that
Balasor
matter,
is not suggesting that.
Yeah. For that matter, Deshane, you probably would remember it just based off of what you had just said. Like, it just fits what you
And
would
it
think.
fits contextually because he's literally aging.
Yeah.
So
And Mixie Nix, that would just like suddenly click in the back of your mind. You're like, oh wait, Callus mentioned this. Now, granted, Balasor does not believe it is that, and maybe it's not that. Maybe he's seeing something else. But there's that connection now.
I want to know whose
there's-
fucking soul it is.
Exactly.
Or part of whose fucking soul.
Because, very interesting
Or if
to
it's
see what
unique.
happens. On that note, we are going to call it here, ladies and gentlemen.
I just had to get that out, thank you.
No,
Been
actually, that
sitting
was
here
good. That was good to
waiting.
get out. That was good to get out because this is where I'm going to announce next week I am going to be absent. Into the Nightmare is still going to happen, but it will be more of a Q&A between the players. So you guys can basically do what you wish with it for however long you want to go, but I myself will be absent.
You know that Tea Time Table Talk channel in the Discord there? Post questions.
Yes.
We'll be here to answer all those questions. So post questions there, and it'll be a live one. So we'll be here to Q&A it up because a bad turn's happened since the last one we did.
Oh yeah, quite a lot. It's been a while.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's bedtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
but it is.
But with
Oh,
that,
God.
we are going to call it. So we will see you guys tomorrow.
And stick around for the
Playing
raid.
with Mutts. Yeah, stick around for the raid.
Whenever I find it. Hang on. There it is.
Fire emerge.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.